Good evening. At this time, I'm going to call the July 6th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to order. If you will, at this time, if you'll stand with me, we'll have a prayer and we'll have a pledge of allegiance. Father, we're thankful to you for this county, for this place where we live, and Father, for the opportunity we have now to do this tonight. We pray your insight and wisdom over this meeting. We're thankful to you for all that make this possible, for our county workers, for our elected officials, for first responders that do so much in our county to make this a safe place. We're thankful for this. Father, these make it a great place to live. So we just ask now that you'll guide us in this time, help us to make the right decisions. And we pray all this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'll call roll. Brandon Bias. Here. Robert Davis.
Here.
Plumer Tonsmeyer.
Here.
Jason Padgett. Michael Mullick.
Here.
Greg Seibert.
Here.
Bill Booyer.
Here.
Jamie Stradiger.
Here.
Mike McKenzie. Rebecca Teal. Diane Burnett.
Here.
And Michael Fletcher.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum. This time we'll approve our minutes of our last meeting, our June 1st work session and regular meeting minutes. So if, I think everybody should have gotten a copy of those. There were some corrections. Those have been made. So I'll entertain a motion on these. All right, Mr. Davis has made a motion to approve both of those minutes.
I'll second it.
Mr. Mullick has seconded the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, minutes are approved. All right, so at this time, just real quickly before we go into our calling our public hearing items to order and bringing those up, let me just give some ground rules. Hopefully, as you came in, if you wish to speak on an item tonight, you should have stopped by. They will put that on, and they'll bring me a pad here in a moment, and I'll be able to call on you at the time that the item is brought up. I will call each item, open a public hearing for it. We'll allow our staff to come up. They'll make a presentation. We'll ask questions of them. The developer or the applicant will then speak. We may ask questions of them. And then that's when I'll start. For those that have signed up, I'll call you up one at a time. You'll come to the front podium here, speak to us, tell us what concerns you may have. And then at some point, after everybody has spoken, I will close the public hearing. Once I close the public hearing, you will not be able to speak. It'll be our time then to make a decision on which way we'll go with the item. So hopefully that's clarified, and as you just heard, so if anybody else has a cell phone, if you'll mute that, we'd appreciate it so we're not interrupted by those. All right, our first item is an old business item, case number P-18004, Baldwin Gardens. Okay. Yeah, Baldwin is not a public hearing, but because we've had public hearings on this, so, but as we go through, there's quite a bit that we'll be talking about. I will ask, and only if you've got something that has not been said before, and most of you probably been through this meeting with us, and so you know, but we're not going to open it up to go back through everything that's been talked about on Baldwin. So, Matthew, will you give us what we have up to date now on this project?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, this is case P-18004, Baldwin Gardens. This is a review of a prior conditional use approval. I'm just going to show a couple slides as a reminder of the location. This is in the Loxley area. It's a large acreage lot that is zoned residential single-family estate. It has a wedding venue, event center on the site, situated on the site. We've discussed the numerous iterations of approvals that the site has received over the years. We have received quite a large number of complaints over the years as well, which brought us back in front of y'all today. At this time, I'm going to skip forward to more of the resolution part of this effort. I'm going to start here. This shows the complaints that we received in the past 2 years and those that were verified by staff. Now, I want to say, when we say verified by staff, I think that basically means we went out on site. The other ones we just weren't able to get out on site to confirm. So it's not saying that they wouldn't have been, or that they definitely would have been verified, but we just want to note that it doesn't mean that those other ones we just didn't get out on site for pretty much all those. So that brings us to where we are today and those complaints that we've received through that time. We told you last month that we would come to you with a recommendation. We've met with the owner and their legal counsel on this. This was the existing September 4th, 2018 approval and the conditions to that. I'm not going to go over those because many of these are proposed to be modified. I did want to show some pictures just to make sure that we have the proper, just the perspective of the site. As certain things are discussed, sometimes it can be confusing as to what everybody's referring to. The owner provided these to us with some labeling. So you can see this is kind of the courtyard area. It's as if you were looking from the actual event barn or ballroom, I think they call it, looking back toward the entrance. This is the front entrance, and I think here they wanted to point out the automatic door closers that have been installed to help keep those shut. This is the front entrance, and sometimes you'll hear about all the doors, and you're going to see photos that explain what everybody's referring to there. This is what it looks like when those different doors can be open, and again, you can see that those door closers have been added. So this is the left veranda. Again, you see 3 more sets of doors. This is on the right veranda, again, showing some of the doors that exist there as well. This is some photos from inside the ballroom area, and again, you can see the doors that essentially surround this whole entire building. And that's up from the little balcony area inside the ballroom. So the applicant did hire a consultant to perform a sound study of the site. I'm going to just show a couple slides from that. The applicant and her legal counsel have provided a packet for y'all, which you see at your spot. That includes a copy of the sound study and these photos. So one thing that they did is they went and they measured the ambient sound level at the kind of the 4 corners of the property. They took those ambient sound measures and then they played music inside the building at a range of 95 to 98 decibels, and they went and remeasured the sound at those corners at that decibel level, and they found that it was at or below the ambient sound range. And so they then provided a number of different recommendations, and they showed that if they change the sound being played inside the building, that has an impact of what is heard naturally at the property lines. But then they provided a number of recommendations, and probably the most important one that we've heard is already in place and appears to be pretty effective is eliminating subwoofers. You'll notice that's mentioned twice in here, B and D, or we think B is saying the same thing as D. We did talk with their legal counsel actually just before this meeting. We want to get a little bit of follow-up clarification about what is meant by this limit low frequency sound levels, but they've assured us that if it's something additional to eliminating subwoofers, then they'll certainly work with us on adding that additional condition as well, which we're about to go through the conditions. But probably the most important thing though is to add limiters to the existing speakers on the site, so that way it's kind of like a governor of a vehicle, to say it can't go above this volume. No matter what the DJ tries to do, that limiter limits the amount of volume that can actually come out of the speaker. So that led to this list of 17 recommendations, and I'm going to just read through all these. You should have a printed copy in front of you, and we'll go through these one at a time. So approval shall be for this applicant in this location only. The residence on the property shall not be used for short-term overnight rentals, which includes overnight stays by any event participants. All signage must comply with Article 16 of the Baldwin County Zoning Ordinance. Any expansion of the proposed venue shall necessitate additional review and approval by the Planning Commission. Hours of operation conclude at 9 p.m. for music and all event activities, with the exception of cleanup. No use of speakers of any sort are permitted after 8:50 p.m. Friday through Sunday. On Monday through Thursday, no use of speakers of any sort are permitted after 8 p.m. Volume of any music, whether amplified or not, and the volume of any other amplified sounds shall be regulated, so sounds shall be no more than 50 decibels at the property lines, which is understood to be faintly audible and comparable with existing ambient sound levels. Again, that would apply at all times. So these recommendations continued: no parking outside of the property on any right-of-way, no amplification of music outside of the enclosed structures. Bellicera shall install limiters on any sound speakers to be used at its facility that will restrain any speakers from generating sounds in excess of 98 decibels. No subwoofers of any sort shall be utilized at any event held at Bellicera. During all events at Bellicera, no more than 3 doors shall be open at its facility at any time. Automatic door closers shall be installed and maintained upon all exterior doors at Bellicera's facility. No loudspeakers of any sort will be permitted outdoors. A small speaker in the outdoor chapel during services will be permitted, but shall be subject to the 50 decibel volume limitation at the property lines. Otherwise, speakers will only be permitted inside the conditioned building. No third party shall be permitted to bring speakers or sound systems of any sort onto the property for utilization during any event. All sound equipment shall be exclusively owned and controlled by Bellicera and restricted as set forth herein at all times. The currently existing vegetative acoustic barrier and fencing barrier shall be substantially maintained in their current state. No additional structures of any sort for commercial use shall be constructed on Bellicera's property. If any verified complaint, and this is not just sound, but it's any complaint that would be a violation of these conditions, if any verified complaint is received by the board within any 365-day period, Bellicera shall be fined and Bellicera agrees to pay $10,000. If a second verified complaint is received within the same 365-day period, Bellicera shall be fined and Bellicera agrees to pay $20,000. If a third verified complaint is received within the same 365-day period, then Bellicera's conditional use permit shall be revoked and Bellicera shall not be eligible to apply for a new conditional use permit for at least 90 days following revocation. The foregoing shall be applied such that 3 verified complaints within any 365-day window will result in revocation of the conditional use permit. In order for a complaint to be verified, the board must be able to establish the truth, accuracy, or reality thereof. Final 3, any third-party music provider will be advised in writing and contractually bound to comply with all noise restrictions set forth in the conditional use permit. Bellicera shall have 30 days to come into compliance with these modifications to the conditional use permit, during which time Bellicera shall remain subject to the currently existing conditional use permit. Except as replaced or modified above, all previously approved conditions will remain in place. That's all that we have on this one right now. At this time, Mr. Chairman, unless you have any questions for me specifically, we could invite the applicant and their legal counsel up to answer any questions you may have.
All right, let's start, see if anybody has any questions for Matthew.
I
Okay.
just comment on,
Miss Diana, if I could have you pull down the microphone and turn that on for the Facebook viewers.
thank you. On 14, if any verified complaint is received by the board, shouldn't that be staff?
I think that's a fair point. I'm going to go ahead and change that right now on the screen.
And then maybe we say something about the planning commission. I don't know who revokes. Would it be the planning commission or can staff do that?
In this case, it would have to be the planning commission who ultimately revokes it.
Okay, then we would probably need to add that, just planning commission verbiage down in near that wording in that paragraph. That's all.
Okay, any other questions for Matthew? Okay. All right, I'm going to ask if the applicant or your representation is here to
How y'all doing? My name's Byron Bracken. I'm an attorney here locally, and I represent Bellicera. I'll start by answering any questions you have for us.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? I think part of what we would want to know, I guess you folks have been involved with this. We want to make sure that you're in agreement unless there's any issues you have. This is a pretty extensive list, but we're kind of at a point where I think we're trying to get to the end of it. So I think we all want to make sure we're all on the same page. So I want to make sure that this is the last thing you've seen and you're agreeing to it. But so that's where we're at.
Yes, sir, and absolutely, we agreed to it, and I worked with Mr. Brown, and we had this sound study conducted exactly for that purpose, basically to find out what do we have the ability to do in order to satisfy the Planning Commission and also to be good neighbors, to make the folks that are living around Bellicera make it so they can go along and live the life they want to live, and for us to be able to do that too. And we really think that, we came into this with the intent to coexist and to, while acknowledging that mistakes have been made, growing pains have been experienced, that we can sort of right the ship. And, a lot has happened before I got involved, of course, but I feel like we have demonstrated that we've gone to great lengths to get where we need to be in order to satisfy our obligations. And I would like to make a couple points. We believe that, first of all, thank you all for working with Bellicera. I know it's been an arduous process, and that they have been before you many times. And from what I've seen, it looks like that y'all have been quite patient and eager to work with Bellicera to move things forward properly. I do believe that Bellicera is a net positive on this community. I think they provide something for which there is a demand. I think it's a beautiful location. The local folks can go and celebrate the best moments of their lives. And I think it's something that folks from out of town can come to and see what we have here that's so wonderful. It does generate revenue for this county. It does employ people in this county. So, my review of the complaints are, with a few exceptions, primarily noise related. And so that's what our solutions have been focused on. And I made this point not to diminish those complaints, but to place them in the proper perspective. There's no allegation of any activity that is adversely impacting anyone's property. Now, some mild annoyance at some loud noises at an inappropriate hour are certainly annoying, but there's not ongoing criminal activity. There's not DUIs and fights and things like that that oftentimes occur arising out of venues such as these and other locations. So again, that's not to take away from the validity of noise complaints. It's just to place them in a proper perspective. I won't replow the field. Mr. Brown pointed out a number of actions, and you'll see them there in your sound studies that have already been put in place. We did request a 30-day grace period as one of the conditions so that we can go to the labor and expense of enacting the additional ones, such as the limiters and that sort of thing. I understand that most or maybe none of you have visited Bellicera. Robin would love for you to. I'll be honest, I've never been there before I got involved in this. It really is a beautiful place. I had no idea I might have gotten married there if I'd known it was available to me. I wasn't at prior meetings. I did notice that there was some discussion about a TV show that had been filmed there. Some scenes have been filmed there, and some of the discussion was focused around that. We have been assured in writing from those producers that they will comply with all of these restrictions. And so we think we've got our arms around that as well. So it seemed to be, from my review, that particular issue was generating a significant amount of the noise complaints. But again, I wasn't here, so I can't be sure about that. We are in agreement with these recommendations. We'd ask that you approve them. If you have any direct questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. If you'd rather talk to Robin than talk to me, that's fine too. I don't blame you.
Mr. Chairman, one question I have. Most of these sound issues address basically a DJ situation. Do you allow bands, for example? And if you do, how are you going to address the sound of a band through your speakers that may not be compatible with their instruments?
Well, there are occasionally bands, I think. I don't think there are bands very often. I think, Robin, if you want to come up here, you can correct me on that. And the answer is no one's bringing in any equipment other than what's there as far as amplification goes. So if Bellacera is allowing music to be played through an amplification device, it'll be subject to those limiters, and it'll be a device owned by Bellacera. So, some hair cover band that can't come out there and just, jam out to their own speakers that are yay high, and, So my understanding of these conditions is that would be restricted. Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Robin, did you want to speak at all, if you wanted to?
Mr. Chairman, I have one quick question. Matthew, very, very quickly, because I don't want to prolong this any longer than it has to be. What was the thought process between the hour of shutting down being 9 o'clock?
So 9 o'clock is what's in the existing approval,
Okay.
and we just maintain that.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, thank you for letting me speak. So 9 o'clock has been our shut-off time. So traditionally, the bride and groom does a dance in the ballroom. All the doors are closed, it's private, videographer, photographer. At that point in time, we line up guests and we do the big sparkler exit. It's very traditional down here in the South. So we thought, roll back the clock, 10 minutes till 9, no longer 9 o'clock. So that gives us a breather. So 10 minutes till they need to be out. So that dance is happening at 1:45. We're lining up the sparklers and the guests. 10 minutes, we'll be doing this. I have never purchased speakers before. I thought I was infringing upon the rights of vendors. So now I'll be purchasing whatever I need to purchase. So they'll have the governor, the limiter, they're called. So I have the vendor agreement, which I'd sent to Matthew. And any DJ that comes on the property will just bring his little laptop that has the song list, and he's going to plug into our speakers. So I'm researching that now, and the acoustical sound study that came out of Florida, they've been in business 40 years, and they do amphitheaters. They do botanical gardens. They do factories. So she's going to tell me which speakers to buy. They're like $3,500, and we'll own them. The problem was the subwoofer. I never realized the sound of bass. Eliminating that was the battle. So I'm asking that you let us continue to thrive and serve brides from many surrounding states. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
questions?
Yes, I have a question. You asked for a 30-day
Grace
grace
period?
period. How are you
Right.
going to limit the sound during that 30 days?
Well, I've already eliminated subwoofers and the bass. The bass is what you feel in your chest. When you have just a melody, that's how you go into the ambient music, and the decibels are immediately lowered. I rode around the entire perimeter of the property with the team from Florida, and the subwoofer, it was amazing. All quadrants of the property eliminated the problem. I have never liked the bass. I let people have it. I thought that's what they needed. But if they're coming to Bellacera Gardens, you don't need it. They can go to Eisenstone, they can go to Oak Hollow, but they're not coming to my property. So I built it to be service to the South, all my beautiful brides. And I will never let any film company go past 10 minutes till 9. Then we'll come back the next day. Okay? Or I'm not born and bred in Alabama. And I was. And that's it.
Any other
And
questions?
they're going to tell me what speakers. I need 30 days to order them, get them I have to send out contracts to all the vendors that are on my books until 2025. I have brides coming in. So there's a large number of brides into 2025, and I have to get that contract out to the vendors and let them know, don't roll up in there, just bring your laptop, I've got you covered. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, as I said earlier, I'm not going to open it up to public hearing because we've already had that. But I did have Mark Ryan, if you have a question or comment you'd like to make.
Well, I'm Mark Ryan, and I represent the adjacent property on the Metz family. And looking through this, I guess I'm somewhat struggling with, this has been zoned residential. It was residential before any of this Belisara Gardens project started, and it has morphed over time into something that was limited into a full-scale commercial operation within a residential area, somewhat like a permanent variance, without a showing of hardship, without a showing of any of the variance requirements. There was no communication that I'm aware of from Matthew's office to anyone about this proposal. I mean, it was obviously that the complaints have been made. My partner, Sam Wiltz, was here at the last meeting. I've looked back through the minutes. This has been tabled and tabled and tabled and tabled and tabled more than any other matter I've seen. I've been practicing here 27, 28 years and done a lot of variance work and applications for variance and hardship issues, et cetera. And I guess my primary threshold is, why would this board consider imposing a commercial operation on the surrounding residential owners when it is not zoned for that purpose? Why would you even give this lengthy consideration and long negotiations, et cetera? Because it is an unlawful use within a residential district. And there was a point in time when they were moving out to Wilcox, and they did, and they bought property, and they were going to move this operation out there. And that would resolve this conflict. But instead, they removed their personal residence out to the Wilcox area, and they have expanded and want to leave permanently where they used to live a commercial operation in a residential district. And I think it's notwithstanding a terrible precedent that you would be setting by doing this, this is not compliant with the zoning in any manner. It should not be subject to zoning should not be subject to a private negotiation between a landowner and your staff to reach a deal, reach an agreement that impacts adjacent property owners without their voice and without their involvement in those negotiations. I mean, no one would want that. No one sitting here in a residential district would want a commercial business operation beside your home. If no one in this room would say, yeah, that'd be fine with me. And I really think that this has crossed so many lines that the original thought process was this was zoned. It's not a grandfathered in situation. It was zoned residential prior to the commencement of this small little accessory use to the primary residence that it started as. And it's become something wholly different. And I really think that you should consider that before you make this decision, and the gravity of what you're saying about Baldwin County zoning regulations. If you grant this privately renegotiated for the numerous time for basically what I've seen is a serial violator. That's another thing too. This is not like it's a one-off incident. This is a serial violator who's basically told you, I can't comply. I just can't. We just can't operate and comply. And it's like, well, let's just negotiate a broader set of rules and we'll just keep this non-conforming use going and affect all the residential owners. So I hope you will deny this request because this should not be allowed, and it is a surprise to me that it's really being seriously considered. Thank you.
All right, I'll make sure, is there anybody else that had a question As I said, it's not a public hearing, but I'll give you the opportunity if you got a question about what's been proposed tonight. All right. Matthew, you got anything else?
No, sir.
Matthew, just a point of clarity on Diane's point on number 14. There is a second reference to the board in the second to last line. That probably needs to be updated to planning and zoning staff as well, just for consistency.
Let me find my location here.
It's all the way down in that last sentence.
Okay.
Yep, right there.
Well, I do think, though, that this is probably an appropriate use of it here, because when you revoke it, you all will be the ones who will be establishing the truth and accuracy and reality of the complaint. So we'll have to present to you.
Present to us.
That's right. I'm sorry. I apologize. Good catch there. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? All right. I'm going to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve with conditions.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher's made a motion to approve it, subject to the conditions. Do I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I will second for the purpose of discussion.
Okay. All right, the motion's been made and second to approve with conditions. Anybody have any questions or comments before we vote? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. All right, roll call.
Mr. Bias?
No.
Mr. Davis?
No.
Mr. Tonsmeyer?
No.
Mr. Mullick?
Yes.
Mr. Siebert?
No.
Mr. Boer?
Yes.
Ms. Stratiger? Yes. Ms. Barnett? Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Okay, we have 4 to 5. Motion to approve fails.
Okay, so we had 5 noes and 4 yeses?
5 noes and 4 yeses.
Okay. So if the motion fails, so the motion was to approve.
So I think in this case, if you all wanted to, so the proposed amendment failed, so then the alternate would be to keep it as it is or revoke it. Another option could be to revoke it with, if there is a proposition in your mind that that there is a remediation opportunity available here, you could revoke it for 120 days and give them that time period to submit a new application. I do, and I look to legal counsel here, I do think if there is a decision to revoke it, that we would recommend that it include allowing them 30 days to provide a list of their existing commitments, and that they would be allowed to fulfill their existing commitments. That's historically how we've handled these types of things in the past. Aaron, I don't know if you have any comments.
Well, I think we don't have another vote, then what's in place now stays in place. So, under those conditions that have existed.
Mr. Chairman, could we have a review of the current conditions without these amendments to understand what we would be voting on?
Well, as I understand it from our attorney, that these are the conditions that exist today, and by us turning this down, this is what we fall back to. Is that correct? Without a vote, this is what's in place.
Right, because we've had the
That's
public
right.
hearing where we discussed changing these. We did not vote on changing those, so this is the permit that is in place right now.
Right.
And because we just voted not to approve the additional 17 conditions, or to replace these with these 17, then right now, because this has not been revoked.
And we probably could not take another action without another public hearing on what changes could take place.
Well, we've had a public hearing on this, though.
Okay.
All I can say is, last month I promised y'all a recommendation, and I did deliver on that promise.
And I make the motion, we revoke the conditional use and give them 30 days to fulfill their existing commitments.
What, is it 30 days to get a list of the existing, or 30 days to operate?
We would caution against a situation where it would revoke or cause them to have to cancel existing commitments. What we would recommend is within 30 days, if you're going to make a motion to revoke, within 30 days, they provide us a list of existing commitments. And then they will be obligated, after those commitments have been fulfilled, then the use will be revoked.
I think that's fair.
So, Mr. Davis, you going to amend your motion, or are you going to?
I make a motion, we revoke the conditional use and give them 30 days, provide the county with a list of existing commitments to bring it back, to see what those commitments are before we make a determination of when they need to cease operation.
I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah,
That's,
I think what it would be is staff would handle it. They wouldn't need to necessarily come back in front of y'all. And they would provide us with a list of their existing commitments, and then that would be, their use would be allowed to fulfill those existing commitments, and then it would be revoked after those existing commitments had been fulfilled. They wouldn't have to come back to y'all for an approval of those existing commitments or anything like that.
So
And would they would operate the existing, on this, under this permit? So they would carry out the contractual duties that they have, I guess, the events booked under this set of, allowed conditions or approved conditions.
I understood her to say that she has commitments through 2024. 25, I'm sorry.
that's what I was trying to get at. They've got commitments that go out pretty good distance, and so what basically we're saying, and they'll operate under these guidelines that are on the screen now until that time, if the motion's approved.
Well, but to be clear, they'll provide that list of existing commitments, and they won't be able to book
That's
additional
right.
commitments in vacant weekends. They would just be able to meet those existing commitments.
But then, Matthew, at the end of the fulfillment of those commitments, do we need to add in there, or would it go without saying that they would have to reapply for a new conditional use if they want to continue operation? Is that going to trigger a zoning issue?
Well, there would be nothing that would prohibit them during that time frame
During that time frame?
to submit a new application.
Okay. So, Mr. Davis, your motion then is to,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Would it, given that we're talking about up to 2 years of activity without the benefit of lower decibels, et cetera, are we making a good decision on behalf of the citizens that live out there for the next 2 years to wait this out?
I think it comes down to the point of, are we extending a conditional use into perpetuity by updating it to, what we had presented earlier versus, trying to grandfather it out through the existing events that are already planned within these conditions that we already have. But they then have the option of coming back with an updated set of conditions that may be reflective of what has been proposed already, maybe not, maybe different. And then, at that time, we have the chance to take action on it. That may actually be a better set of conditions at the time.
Okay. All right, I need clarification on Mr. Davis's motion one more time to be sure that we all are clear on what we're voting on.
I guess what I'll do is I'll restate it, and then you can confirm that that's your motion. So I believe the motion was a motion to revoke effective immediately, but with the applicant being able to fulfill their existing obligations and to provide a list of those existing obligations to planning and zoning staff within 30 days of today. And then those will be the obligations they're able to carry out, and that the applicant is welcome to bring back a new application, is not prohibited from bringing back a new application for a conditional use.
You okay with that, Mr. Davis? Okay. Do I have a second on that motion?
Seconded.
Okay. Any questions on the motion?
I have a question. If we get the list of existing events and allow those to move forward, one of those events becomes a verified complaint. In this new set of conditions, we address that once the third complaint happens, then the license is revoked. Or do they just get to go for the next 2 years as loud as they want? If there's a complaint, the motion just doesn't address that, that's all.
I certainly defer to legal counsel here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we really had this situation or not, because we're revoking them, and I guess we could put additional conditions for the events that are scheduled in addition to these, but I've not been at a planning commission meeting where we put conditions on a revocation.
Let me recommend this. These conditions will continue to apply. And in some sense, you're showing some level of courtesy by allowing those existing commitments to be fulfilled. And if that was abused, there's no reason you all couldn't come back and say, well, this is being abused, so we're just pulling back the revocation immediately, including all existing commitments. That would take a separate public hearing to expedite that or speed up that revocation.
Okay. Everybody clear on that one? Okay. Any other comments, questions?
I do have a question. So these conditions are attached? They're not?
They're gone.
Okay.
Things seem to have changed when the principal use of the subject property did not remain residential, and this seems like it's something that has been established in an area that it's not zoned for, not saying that things can't be changed, but there are things that are just different, so that was it.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? None. All right.
Can we request not just a list, but the agreements, the contracts that she has in place, just so she's not saying, hey, I got 20 events lined up. We don't know if there's a contract behind it or not.
Sure. When we say obligations, we all understand that to mean that there needs to be some evidence of that obligation. It's not just a mere Facebook inquiry or something like that.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I think everybody understands the motion. Any other questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I think I know, but I'm going to do the roll call anyway.
Okay. Mr. Bias?
Yes.
Mr. Davis? Mr. Tonsmeyer? Mr. Mullick?
Yes.
Mr. Siebert?
Yes.
Mr. Boer?
No.
Ms. Stratiger?
Yes.
Ms. Burnett? Mr. Fletcher? Okay, motion carries.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. All right. Mr. King, on these next items, can we take case B all the way through F? I realize F is a 6-month as opposed to a year on the other three, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we just go ahead and group these? If no one has, and I'll make sure no one on the Planning Commission has a question. But if they don't, can we group them and approve them all at once?
I don't see any problem with that, Mr. Chairman. I do have a brief preamble, if I may.
Yes, sir.
After we published the agenda, I noticed that I had some date conflicts. We try to be explicit with an expiration date to make sure something doesn't expire on a holiday or on a weekend. I found a couple of instances caused by holidays, so I have adjusted the staff recommendation to reflect that. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I can go through that super fast.
Do it.
And then you vote it all at one time.
Okay.
All right. So first of all, I'll just name them very quickly. We'll begin with Two Lakes. What I'll point out here is Two Lakes is both the RV Park PUD and the subdivision, because the lots are also RV spaces. The updated date is on screen. Next, we'll do Malbus Park Place. It came in as Parkside Eastern Shore. We understand it may be built as Malbus Park Place. Apartment complex, you see the location right there. This is the updated extension information. Laurelbrook, Phase 1 and 2. This one is one this Planning Commission didn't approve because it was in Fairhope's former ETJ. We as staff cannot extend an approval, so the Planning Commission has to consider it. The updated information is up there. I will tell the Planning Commission very quickly, the City of Fairhope has also extended their ETJ approval. This one is in final plat for Phase 1, but has not been approved just yet. And then Plantation RV Park. Plantation RV Park, similar situation. The updated date is on screen, and then we'll get to the other extension separately.
Oh, you want to do Dollar General separate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Unless anybody on the commission has an issue with one of the 4 items that we just talked about, I would entertain a motion to approve those 4 cases. Would be case number PER 2310, 2311, 2312, and 2314.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bias made a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Mr. Seibert seconded the motion. Any questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's approved. All right. Mr. King?
And Mr. Chairman, in terms of the case on screen right here, 2238, this is a Dollar General commission site plan. A little bit different procedure, We just simply use the same case number to request it. And so this one is a 6-month extension of the commission site plan. The super brief background is there's also a subdivision associated with this. There's been an issue getting that subdivision plat recorded, which delays them getting their actual approval letter on the commission site plan, so they're asking for this 6-month extension to the date you see on screen.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion then for the case number CSP 2238.
Move to approve.
Mr. Mullock made a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Booyer, second the motion. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that's approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we're now going to open a public hearing for case number Z23-15, 12 Ducks property. Ms. Boykin, does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Okay.
All right, this is a request to rezone 0.78 acres from RSF1 to B2. The property is located in Planning District 37. It is currently zoned RSF1, which is a residential single-family. The property is located on the east side of County Road 13, north of Fairhope Avenue. Currently is a residential use. The applicant is asking that it be rezoned to B2, which is a neighborhood business district. The applicant owns some of the adjacent properties, the ones that are currently zoned B2. Here you can see on the locator map the subject property. To the west, it is zoned estate residential and is used residential, and then the other properties to the north and east are zoned B2.
Hey, Selena, while we're on this slide real quick.
Yes.
Is that on further to the west, is that a B3 zoning, that darker red?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
there were two labels there. I wanted to verify and make sure that
Yes. The properties to the west of County Road 13, the one on the corner, I believe, is the gas station, and to the north is storage units, I believe.
Okay, thank you, and sorry for the interruption.
Okay, that's all right. Here's some property images of the subject property and the adjacent properties. These are the current requirements of the RSF1 zoning. Here's the proposed requirements for B2 Neighborhood Business District. As stated previously, the surrounding parcels in the median area are either zoned RSFE or B2. The properties to the south are in the city limits of Fairhope. Staff is unaware of any public improvements in this area. The surrounding land uses are either residential or vacant. Here are some agency comments. We did not receive any with concerns. Staff has recommended approval. And if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, any questions for staff? Okay, thank you. I have no one signed up to speak. Was there anybody that wished to speak on this one that did not sign up? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. I will entertain a motion. Remember, this is a motion as a recommendation to the County Commission.
Mr. Chairman, move that we recommend approval of this to the County Commission.
All right, Mr. Cybers made a motion to approve. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Booger.
I'll second it.
All right, Mr. Mullet, second the motion. Any question or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll open public hearing this time for case number Z23-16, Arellano property. Anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Ms. Rhodes?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman. This is a rezone request, Z2316, the Arellano property. The request is to rezone 1 acre from RA to B3. The property is located in Planning District 22, and it is located south of US Highway 98 and west of Bremen Road in Alberta. The current use is vacant, and as you can see from the image to the right, that they would like to rezone only 1 acre of this property. And the applicant and owner is Claudia Arellano. They are proposing B3, General Business District, for commercial use. They would like to rezone for a mechanic and tire shop, and it's not allowed in the current zoning category. Here's the locator and the site map showing you that there's RSF1 zoning to the north, which is vacant residential, and then residential land use to the south and east with RA zoning, and then commercial to the west. Here are the property images and the adjacent property images. The zoning requirements for RA and the proposed zoning requirements for B3. I won't go through this in detail. This is in your agenda packet, but I will touch base on a couple of these. So in this one, does the proposed zoning better conform to the master plan? So the future land use designation is currently agricultural for the subject property, and approval of this rezoning would result in an amendment to the future land use map to commercial for the 1 acre portion that is going to be subdivided via a family exemption. And this is the family exemption letter to divide this property into that 1 acre for commercial, with the remainder being RA. And these are some agency comments. No comments were received at this time, and staff recommends approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions you
All
may
right, any
have.
questions for staff? Okay. I have 3 signed up to speak.
I have one question before, I'm sorry. Is this, just out of curiosity, did we reference when we rezone or make a recommendation, review or put that against our growth guide? Is this, a potential node for us as, do we cross-reference that as we're, I know that we have B3 to the east in 2 locations, and it seems like this, and this may be a logical node that, and it sounds logical for what we're doing.
I wouldn't think this would be turning into a commercial node because we don't see that growth from less intense to more intense.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I have 3 people signed up. Claudia Arellano, I may not be pronouncing your name right. Do you need to speak? Okay. Samuel Gardner? Is there Samuel Gardner? Are you Samuel? Yeah, you come up.
I live on Bremen Road, right next to this property you're talking about. I built my house in 1980. It's always been family land. My brother-in-law lives beside me. My son lives behind me. It's all family. Would you want a tire shop in your front yard? But not just that, we have a congestion problem already with traffic on that road. Sometimes we can't even get out of our driveway. And this is going to increase the problem. It's in that area right there that's the worst part of the problem. We've got a sports complex for Alberta High School right down the road. We got all that traffic plus all the other. And now this is going to be in the worst part. We can't even get on 98 sometimes. We've had to go south and go around to Broome Road and come over to 87 to the traffic light to get out.
Okay.
So, we really hope you don't approve this. It's creating a lot more problems for us.
Okay.
And we already, like I say, we have a bad problem already.
Okay. We'll go through all the public hearing, and then we're going to take a vote on it in just a moment.
Okay.
All right. Scott Mason?
Yes, sir. I own the property to the west side. I see some issues we've got some property next to us that a lot of mosquito problems with old boats, different things. And I see tires piled up at all these places I go by. and I think of mosquitoes, just horrible. And what Mr. Gardner's saying about Bremen Road it's bad. When they detoured 87 around there, I've been there 10, 12 years, never seen a wreck out there. But ever since they had to detour, I've seen more wrecks out there just by adding that extra traffic coming around there. And I do know this for a fact, this is not in y'all's part of the county, but 98 is a state highway. They're not allowing any more driveway cuts. I know this because I tried to get one. So that means they're going to have to come in off of Bremen Road to come in and out of there. So I just think that it's probably not a great idea right there. That's basically all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all I had signed up. Was there anybody else that didn't sign up that wished to speak on this item? Okay. I'll close the public hearing. Any questions? Ms. Rhodes, do you have anything else to add?
No, sir.
Anybody else have any questions or comments?
Yes. I got a question about the traffic. So this is just to rezone the property, not to build any structures or tire shops or anything like that. So
That's
a
correct.
traffic study will have to be done in the future if any business is going in there, correct?
Only if it triggers it, and that's,
That's at the discretion of the county engineer. Currently in this zoning district, there's no automatic trigger or a traffic study after a certain threshold. But they'll have to get a commercial turnout permit from the county engineer, and he would have that discretion at that time, or his team.
okay. Any other questions, comments?
I'll say one thing. This is a tough area, and 98 in this area, I can agree with what we've heard. We just resurfaced this road, and I guess as a state highway, and this is a road I don't understand why we didn't four-lane, and it didn't four-lane this road or require that instead of just resurfacing the 2 lanes. It is a traffic nightmare for us locals that use this road.
Okay. Nothing else, I'll entertain a motion then. Remember, this is also a recommendation to the county commission for the rezoning.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. We recommend the county commission to approve the rezoning from RA to B3.
Second?
Mr. Seibert made the motion to recommend to the county commission to approve the rezoning.
Second.
Mr. Booyer seconded the motion. Any question, comments on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, motion carries. All right, we'll open the public hearing now for case number Z23-17, the Smith property. Ms. Boykin, does anybody need to clear any prior communication on this item?
All right, this is a request to rezone 20 acres from RSF2 to RA. The property is located in Planning District 12 in the Loxley area. It's west of County Road 49 at the end of Fackler Road. It is currently vacant. The applicant is asking that it be rezoned to RA. For the purpose, he would like to build a barn and put a well and start a garden before he builds his home. Currently, if you are zoned single family, you're not allowed to put an accessory structure on it before you have a home. So that is why he is asking for RA. As you can see on the locator map, to the north and west is the city of Loxley, which is estate-sized lots. The property to the east is zoned RA. It was recently zoned from RSF2 to RA last year. And then the property to the south is also RSF2. Here's some images of the property and the adjoining properties. This is the current zoning requirements for RSF2. This is the zoning requirements for the proposed RA. Staff feels that this request is compatible with the surrounding area. with most of it being vacant. We hadn't received any comments on this request or any complaints, and staff has recommended approval.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Okay. I have no one signed up to speak. Is there anyone that failed to sign up that wanted to speak to this item? Okay. I'll close the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
This will be a recommendation, by the way, to the county commission. Mr. Davis, you making a motion? Oh, Mr. Plumer made a motion to recommend to the county commission to approve. Second. Mr. Bias has seconded the motion. Any questions on the motion? Comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, this time we'll open the public hearing for case number Z23-18, the Gibson property. All right, Crystal, so, let me ask my question first. Anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Okay, Ms. Bates, all yours.
All right, this property is 10.5 acres. They're asking to rezone from RSF2 to RA. The property is located in Planning District 10. The acreage is 10.5, 10.5 acres. The current property owner would like to rezone from RSF2 to RA to be consistent with the adjacent large parcels. Here's the locator map. The property to the north, east, and west is zone residential single-family 2 and single-family vacant. The property to the south is zone RSF2 and has single-family dwellings. Here is the property images, the subject property, the adjoining property to the east, adjoining property to the southwest, another photo of the adjoining property to the southwest, property to the south, and another photo of the subject property on the opposite end, and the adjoining property to the northwest. Here's the current zoning requirements and the proposed zoning requirements for RA. The subject property is compatible. It's currently zoned RSF2. They're asking to be rezoned to RA. Planning District 10 was adopted in May of 2007, and the property was zoned RSF2 when Planning District 10 came into effect. Staff is unaware of any planned public improvements or any other conflicts with public improvements. Other matters, the owner is in the process of combining these lots to make it one tax parcel totaling 10.2 acres. We didn't have any agency comments, and staff recommends approval. I'll answer any questions you may have.
All right, any questions for staff? I'm going to assume that this was all zoned RSF2 because there was an intent to develop this, since there's subdivision all around with extension roads to this property and to the RSF2 that goes beyond. So I'm going to assume that somebody has bought these two parcels with the intent of interrupting that. They'd have to come back and rezone it. And just for the record, it means that that RSF2 to the east is now only going to have one access to it, because this will cut it off. But I don't think it makes any difference other than it's just, I'm sure it was set up to be a circular connection at some point, but that will be no longer, if they intend to ever develop that RSF2 to the east.
Crystal, do you happen to know, did that come in zoned as RSF2 when that planning district was formed?
It did. It was RSF2 whenever the...
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Bates. All right, I have Greg Gibson. Do you want to speak? Okay. All right. Anybody else that did not sign up that wished to speak to this item?
I will say,
You'll have to come up to the mic if you're going to speak. Sorry.
The property that you were referring to the east that is still residential single family, he plans to do the same to make that all consistent.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. Entertain a motion. Recommendation to the County Commission.
I'll make a motion to recommend approval.
All right, Mr. Mullick's made a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Is that Mr. Davis? All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve. Any question or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And then our last rezoning case is, we'll open public hearing for case number Z23-19, the Goldberg property. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? All right, y'all really sharing the load tonight, right? Ms. Waters, all yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. This property is located in Planning District 20. The applicant is requesting to rezone 4 parcels that equal about 12.6 acres from RSF1 to RA. The property owner is Mr. Goldberg and the applicant is Mr. Anderson. This property is located off County Road 26 and west of County Road 49. Here are your proposed zoning for RA. The applicant is requesting to rezone it to be able to put a barn and horses on the property. The single-family district designation currently does not allow him to do that at the moment. Here's your locator and site map. All parcels are currently vacant. Here's your property images. Here are your current zoning requirements for RSF1 and the proposed for RA. Staff feels that the request is compatible with the adjacent properties. Staff feels that this conforms with the current master plan and is unaware of any planned public improvements. Staff believes the proposed amendment is consistent with the development patterns in the area and that the surrounding land uses are residential and agricultural vacant. The applicant had to apply for an exemption request to delete the property lines, combining all 4 parcels. So he has recorded the deed within the 30 days that we request him to do that, and here's that. There were no agency comments, and staff is recommending approval to rezone this 4 parcels from RSF1 to RA. That should read out RA up there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Waters? Thank you, ma'am. I have Alan Goldberg.
I'm Alan Goldberg, Mr. Chairman and Commission. Got this property back in '92. It had been, had covenants on it in '90 to allow this type of use. The property has subsequently been sold to Mr. Anderson, who's the applicant, and he just intends to do what was originally planned on that property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Milton Anderson, do you wish to speak?
Pretty much it's 12 and a half acres, 2 ponds on the property. What we're planning on doing is building like a barnuminium over there. I have a few horses on there. I have tractors and my lawnmowers and stuff stored in there, and basically live there. Right now, we're taking care of the whole property is groomed. It's not just fields or anything like that, bush hog or nothing like that. We're grooming it, so it looks like a yard, 12-acre yard. So, and it's got some pretty good covenants with it anyway, so it's not like I can step outside too far from anything remotely, that would be, you can't have cattle and stuff like that on there, so that's not what we're trying to propose to do. We just want to have a few horses and have some property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Was there anyone else that didn't sign up that wished to speak on this item? All right. I'll close the public hearing. Ms. Waters, do you have anything you need to add?
No,
Anybody
sir.
else have any comments or questions? All right. With that, then I'll entertain a motion as a recommendation to the County Commission.
Make a motion, we recommend approval to the county commission.
All right. Mr. Vice made a motion to approve. Second. Is that Mr. Plummer? All right, motion's been made and seconded to recommend to the County Commission to approve the rezoning. Any question or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, this time we'll open the public hearing for case number SC 23-26, Gap Weekly Farms subdivision. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Okay, Ms. Waters.
All right. Here in front of you have case 2326, Gap Weekly Farm subdivision. The applicant is proposing a 7-lot subdivision. Staff is recommending approval. This property is located in Planning District 6, and they have not implemented zoning yet. There are wetlands on the property, no new streets or drainage improvements being proposed. A traffic study was not required due to the lot count. Here is your subdivision plat, your site map. The property owner did previously split the property through the 35 acres or large exemption, and that has already been recorded as well, the deeds. Here's your utilities. No drainage is being proposed, improvements. There was a delineation done and did identify jurisdictional wetlands on the property. And staff recommends approval. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
Looking at the plat map, is Lot 1 and Lot 2, are they accessed via a...
Flag lot.
What?
Through a flag lot.
Oh, they're flag lots?
Yes. Through a 30-foot.
And how wide are those?
They're 30-foot each.
Each are 30?
Yes.
Okay.
And Brandon, if it makes you any feel better, I had the exact same question for Fabia, because it's difficult the way this applicant shows the lines. It's difficult when it's smaller scale to read what's going on there.
Yeah, I guess when I'm looking at it, I can see it Lot 1 now a lot easier, but Lot 2, I still don't see it.
Yeah.
But if y'all have reviewed it, I believe y'all that it's there.
She told me it would do that. She told me I would drop it.
I don't know if that helps, but here's the flag for lot 2.
I'll go ahead and say it. I'm sure somebody out there that I used to work with or work alongside of will hit me for being so picky, but that Lot 1, to make that turn, that 90-degree turn, if you were, for the actual homeowner, using a truck or a car, no big deal, but if you were bringing in large trucks for building materials, I don't think they can make that turn. But 30 foot is kind of tight for, yeah. All right. You have to help me out there. Were there any other questions for staff? Had no one signed up to speak? Was anybody have that didn't sign up that wish to speak to this item? Okay. I'll close the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Mr. Bice made a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Mr. Seibert? All right, motion's been made and seconded. Any question or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll open the public hearing now for case number SPP 23-10. This is the Iron Horse subdivision. Does anyone need to declare prior communication on this item? Ms. Mitchell?
Right, this is a 284-lot subdivision, and the staff report, the original one you have says it's in Plan District 14, but it's actually 18. Let's see. So it shows the locator map. And this is a close-up of the plat, but it's been rotated to the north. It's on the right side. And there are two, it's hard to tell here, but there are actually two proposed access points. So you have the entrance here in Underwood and another one here on 65, and it'll be paved up to that point. So again, a location, aerial map. And you can see it's right in between Summerdale and Foley, but it is still in the county. Drainage report has been reviewed. They do have a statement that will not cause downstream flooding, and it will be reviewed further during the construction plan review process. This shows the one on the left, these are the existing drainage patterns, and the one on the right, these are the proposed drainage patterns. So there's some existing, there's a pond and a channel that is already there, and then they're going to be adding some supplemental ponds, as you can see. And then this just shows you the pre and post drainage, and I tried to color coordinate those with the basins. Traffic study, and this is another change from the original report. They will not be required at this point to put in the left and right turn lanes at the intersection of County Road 32 and 65. That is currently not paved, but it is as part of an ongoing project between the Highway Department and the developer is helping to pave a portion of that. And so at this point, they're converting two different sections or intersections to four-way stops, but not installing those turn lanes. Utility letters, fire protection has been approved. The plan was approved by Summerdale Fire Chief. Wetlands they're on the subject property. There are two jurisdictional pockets and then one non-jurisdictional. This one will be modified, which is allowable for non-jurisdictional, and then the jurisdictional will be protected by buffers. Baldwin County Board of Education was notified, and we did not receive any opposition from them. And so the conditions to install traffic improvements required by the Highway Department after the review of construction plans and the traffic impact study. So it's a more flexible statement at this point. And the requirement for broadband service will be met for final plat approval, because at this point they have a letter of potential service but not commitment. So any questions?
Any questions for staff?
One quick question on the traffic study page. The last bullet point, the developer is contributing material funds for the County Road 65 paving project. Can you define what that means?
I'll defer to Highway on that.
They're going to pay for the materials. That's an existing project we got in the Highway Department to pave that section of the dirt road. And so they're just pitching in since they need access from a paved road frontage for the one access. So they're just pitching in to help get the project completed.
Do you have an estimate on the cost of that contribution or the value of that contribution?
It hadn't totally been resolved yet.
What are the limits of the county's paving on that?
Right now, it's funded from 24 to 26.
To 26?
Mm-hmm. That's the current dirt road section, and then the next phase is a new road construction from 28 to 32.
Do you have a timeline of when you think that's going to be done?
We're working on plans now. When it will be funded, it'll be at least 2 years probably before it's funded.
Okay. there's an existing dirt road in place right now up to a point, right?
It's hard to tell
Is
in
it- is
here,
it-
but
I forget, does it go all the way full length of this project, or is it?
It goes past this project,
It does.
another, probably quarter mile.
Okay.
Yeah, the dirt road extends up to County Road 28, and then at that point, there's no connection from 28 to 32.
right.
So that'll be the
That's what I was thinking.
substantial part of the 65 project.
Right. All right, any other questions for staff? All right. We have several signed up. Ms. Barnett,
Mr. Chairman, I'm just here to answer any questions that the Planning Commission may have.
just for clarification, you're for this project, aren't you, because you're speaking for it?
Yes, sir.
As opposed to the opposition I've got on my,
Developer and representative.
I didn't think you were in opposition like it says here. Alan Pierce?
My name's Alan Pierce. I own property to the south of the subject property on Underwood Road, right there in the middle. And I also own a piece of property that is immediately to the south, approximately 700 foot, that I have been in an ongoing dispute with Ms. Underwood as to ownership of the property. And when I look at the survey done by Dewberry, it clearly shows where the property line, where it kind of makes that angle right there and heads out towards 24. It clearly shows where they're going to set a rebar, and it shows that their property line is found approximately 31 foot to the north of the existing iron posts that are on my property. And on the survey by Dewberry, I see where it lists the parcel numbers of all of the owners. And if you look at the piece that I own right there, you'll see there's a strip that runs along that southern border. And I guess what I'm wanting to know is why my parcel number for that .42 acres there is not listed on the survey.
I'm going to have to get staff to help us point out your parcel.
Right.
Yep. I've got the parcel number.
Now, and I have up on the screen, is it one of those, now again, it's rotated, but is it one of these? Because I couldn't tell exactly where you're describing.
Can I walk over there and show you?
Sure. And I apologize, it's not a great.
Okay. This little strip right here, this is an existing marker on my property, and the other end of my property is right there. And there's a gap right here between the subject property and the original piece of property. But I also own 700-foot strip out there. This black dot right here indicates that they're going to set a marker along this property line. And you can see my parcel number for this section is here. The parcel number for this section is here, but it doesn't show my parcel number for this section.
Okay, Mr. Pierce, if you can come back up to the podium so we can better hear you. I think everybody, I think, knows what you're talking about now.
And I mean, I've got the parcel number. I can give it to you.
All right, so you're asking, and maybe something's beyond us because we're only looking at this other side of the line. I
Yeah.
can't answer your question. You may need to get with the surveyor. If there are representatives here, you may need to get with
Yeah,
them.
I'd like to ask their representative if I could.
Did you have anything else besides that issue, though, that?
Well, only that I know the property owners on the south were all concerned about the potential from drainage as they build up to put the subdivision in. Traffic's already really heavy on 24. I mean, I can remember when we might see 10, 20 cars a day going down 24, and I know some days now to get out on 24, I have to wait on the light to change at 59 and 24. and let all that traffic pass just to pull out. So with that many homes in there, I'm just concerned about, if you figure the potential for 2 vehicles per lot, you're looking at potentially close to 600 vehicles extra coming out onto 24.
Okay.
But I'd recommend not to approve it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Sean, in the staff report, you said that you made an error, that this is actually Planning District 18.
Correct, because I just reviewed one on Underwood that's in 14, and the road goes, long enough to extend
And
into
is
18.
my understanding, based on the map, that District 18 is unzoned?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have Hogan is all I have written on there, so do I have a Hogan? You can give us your full name if you will when you get it.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Hogan, and I'm here representing some of the property owners around 14741 Daughtery Road, 14725, and 61. Ever since we heard about the proposed subdivision, we've been concerned about a certain amount of our drainage going away. You can see on the eastern side of the property, there is a little nubble of wooded wetland. I implore whoever is designing this subdivision, don't alter that. If it is either filled in or any additional drainage is sent in that direction, it's going to cause flooding problems for the properties I mentioned, because it's absolutely vital during like tropical storms, but also just normal heavy periods of rain. It will fill out completely to the borders, and if some of it's chopped out, especially since that's one of the deeper areas of said swamp, we're going to have water up to the doorways. So please, whoever is designing this, take that into account and don't pave over it. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Shirley Ezon? I'm the worst person to be at this position because I mispronounce names all the time, so you help me out.
My name is Shirley Eason. I live on Daughtery Road.
Okay.
We have 5 acres and we join up to the property. I'm speaking today for several of my neighbors who are seniors that could not be here. And what we're concerned about is health and safety issues. One being the wildlife. When they start to clear this, if this is approved, there is poisonous snakes, rats, and a large colony of coyotes back there. They're going to invade our properties. We're at a bay. What do we do about it, And what would the developer do to control this? Another issue is, and this is foremost in everybody's mind, who's going to govern it as far as fire department and police department? We're talking approximately 500 more people, if being 2 people per household. That's a big concern because we're short-handed now. And there brings up County Road 24. If you travel down 24, you're aware of the situation there. Trying to get out onto 24 for many of these side roads. What do they propose to control the traffic of 500 more cars? I think the young lady, I'm hard of hearing, so please forgive me, but I think she was talking about the drainage. Sure. And that is a problem. We do have that problem, and that's another concern of everybody around us. Okay, and this may sound off the wall, but it's a serious problem for us because, like I said, most of the neighbors there have been there for decades and we're seniors. What is planned to control the dust issue? Because a lot of us have breathing problems and it would restrict us from being in our yard. And when you think about clearing out that much acreage and building that much homes, there's going to be a dust problem. And the traffic, and I guess that's about it, but these are health issues that we're all all our neighbors are concerned about, especially the safety issues and the health issues of what's going to happen when they start the clearing. So if you would take that in consideration with the developers, we would much appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Darrell Peachoff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission. My name is Darrell Peachoff. I am the property owner of that 38-acre parcel that is just north of the subject property we're talking about, that one shaded in the yellow there. I have three concerns I'd like addressed. You know, the number one is drainage, of course. There is a channel that goes to the wetlands from my property. You can kind of see it there, kind of like that little squiggly line going there. It goes through the wetlands and then it drains. There's a culvert under 65 that it drains, and the culvert is actually too high. I spoke with Adam of the transportation barn on Underwood Road about it, and he says that the plan is to go ahead and replace that culvert and maybe drop it a little bit lower, you know, once they do 65. The big issue that we have right now on the drainage is when you have a rain of any substantial portion, like 4 or 5 inches in a day, water will not drain fast enough through that culvert. It's got to go through that wetlands piece and then through the culvert. And the culvert's not big enough to handle the amount of flow currently. So when you start having additional houses with additional drainage and you have this runoff, because right now the current, land will absorb some of the water, but when you put the 285 houses on there, concrete everywhere, you're not going to have that soil be able to absorb that water. It's going to drain a lot faster. So my question, I guess, is does the developer have plans to increase the flow of water? Right now it goes under 65, goes through the Cleverton property and then exits out onto Underwood Road, and quite frankly, my property, when we have those rains, my citrus orchard stays flooded for like 3 days at a time. I've already lost a few of the trees because there's the water issue of not being able to drain properly. Another question I have is there is currently a 20-foot right-of-way that the county maintains that is just south of my property, and it goes all the way to 65, and it goes all the way, past Darty Road, across Darty Road. I was told, and I'm not sure this is the case, but I told it was that the county kept that 20-foot piece for a possible road in the future. It was a part of the planning thing. What is going to happen to that right-of-way? Is the county going to vacate that right-of-way, to give this developer permission to use that right-of-way? What's going to happen to that right-of-way? Because the right-of-way right now does act as a bit of a sound buffer. It's got vegetation growing in it, and it acts as a bit of a sound buffer. So what kind of sound buffer would we have, to be able to shield some of the noise that would be coming from these 285 additional houses? Third concern, of course, and as previously mentioned a bit, was traffic. Right now, I don't think Underwood Road has enough ability to handle that many more additional cars every single day. And at what point is there going to be exits onto County Road 65 from this subdivision? If so, it's a dirt road. When will that dirt road be paved? At what point? At least on this portion of it. I know we heard it mentioned previously that the paving of that road was going to take several years, so what happens in the meantime during that?
Okay.
So if I get answers to that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, that's all I had signed up, but Ms. Barnett, you may want to come up and address some of these. While you're coming, let me just say to those of you that especially had concerns, just know that what we're approving tonight is the layout. If they did get approval tonight, then they're going to have to prepare their construction plans, and they'll have to satisfy the county staff, which has strict guidelines they'll have to go by. They'll review all the drainage. Traffic's been looked at, but they'll address any traffic issue. All those things will be looked at when those plans are put in a final form and submitted to the county. So we're pretty much here. We're looking at the layout, and we'll try to get some of the answers. Ms. Barnett, you may be able to address some of these, if you will.
Mr. Chairman, Planning Commission, I'm Kathy Barnett with Dewberry Engineers representing the developer. I've tried to take some notes to hit the high points, but there were a few, so I apologize if I forget anything. I'll start with the survey. I am not a licensed surveyor. I'm happy to have you call our office, and our surveyor will happily talk with you about the pins that they found and what they located, and if there are any small print notes that you weren't able to download online that reference gaps or things, because those are happen oftentimes in title searches. We're not going to get into your legal dispute, and obviously the Planning Commission cannot resolve that, but we're happy to put you on board for that. As far as the wetlands and drainage, the other hat I wear is an environmental scientist, so we delineated the property ourselves. The jurisdictional wetlands in the northwest corner will not be touched. We understand the value and the importance of that from the overall system. There's no impact, fill impact, or wetland impact proposed for this site. We do have the non-jurisdictional wetlands that is in the middle of the little isolated pocket that you see as represented in the aerial, and the cut ditch that's long. We're going to kind of relocate that ditch and account for all of that drainage within our designed plans. So again, even though this is preliminary, that's the intention and the purpose of what we're doing today. We know that the subdivision regulations require us to account for both pre and post, and so obviously it's our responsibility to ensure that we're not going to make any downstream impacts. We are not, however, going to solve all of the county culvert and drainage problems through the design of this project. So we're responsible for our water. We hope that we'll minimize some of the release because we're creating we're collecting the drainage on this property, but we will not be solving all of the other culvert issues. As far as the traffic, we did do the traffic study. It does call for some additional stop signs, and we're committed to post that as part of this approval. We also do have the road paving. We've been told by staff that we're not allowed to have both of those. We're going to do this in a phased development, a phase 1 and a phase 2. So we understand that we will not be able to necessarily get a phase 2 plat without that road being paved. We've been told that by the county, and so the timing and the coordination of that paving project and that access is, the developer understands the limitations, and I think that's why they were willing to help extend the paving project, because it does help address some of the traffic and connections with that. Health and safety, the rats and snakes, I'm sad to say that a lot of contractors don't care for them, and they do tend to kill them. So maybe that's something good for some. Being the environmentalist, that's not really what I want to say. So I don't know where most of them tend to get impacted by the construction. As far as dust, however, the stormwater permit that the state of Alabama puts out requires dust control and minimization. So anytime that there's a dust problem, we're required to water a site if it's not natural dust control. So all of those are part of the construction stormwater management permit, and we have that in our best management practices plan that would be reviewed again when we bring the construction plans and specs. Sound and the buffer, we're leaving the wetlands, so we hope that that's a little bit of a buffer. Our contractors kind of work from that 7 to 3:30, so from a evening impact during construction, that shouldn't be a concern. They're they're kind of a only work in the light type issue, so hopefully that shouldn't be much of an impact. The paving, we discussed the schedule for that. We discussed the wetlands, and then again, the overall drainage. So I hope I've addressed the high points. But I'm happy to answer anything else.
Do you know what Phase 1 would consist of?
I do not know which one we're going to go with first. I think we did put a phase line on there, but I don't know if we called out which one was going to be first.
It looks like the southern portion that links into Underwood.
Do we speculate? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a question. A gentleman referenced a 20-foot right-of-way. I guess this is on the north property line. I don't know if that is a drainage access easement or what. Do you know what that 20-foot that he's referencing on the north side?
No, sir, I do not. Again, it might be a note on the survey, but I do not know. I know that the county's only going to allow us touch the parts that we do during our construction design, and that would certainly be sorted out, but I cannot answer that today.
Okay. And I believe the lady asked about jurisdictions, and from what I understand, the fire jurisdiction is Summerdale, and the police jurisdiction, I'm not sure. It may be Foley. Do we know? I'm sorry? County? Okay. All right. Ma'am? Yes. Quickly.
About the jurisdiction, that is a serious concern because there have been like neighbors shooting guns next to people's houses or extreme like mega subwoofer rock concert levels of noise complaints just to the south of this place. And as you can see, like the Foley police jurisdiction just cuts off way before that. Sheriffs can't really do much about it. Like there's no ordinances in those areas for noise complaints or all manner of terrible behaviors. I would really consider not approving this if maybe the Foley police jurisdiction line doesn't bump up to include this, because it makes life hell sometimes. That's all.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one quick comment. The developer is responsible for ensuring no adverse downstream impacts, and I do think we can note as part of our approval to ensure that there's a confirmation that there won't be an adverse downstream impact created by the existing drainage infrastructure under County Road 65. That is a downstream impact. Presumably they have accounted for that. They're supposed to provide a statement that there will be no downstream impact, but we as staff can kind of follow back up and confirm that they have indeed accounted for that in the drainage narrative, since a citizen did bring that before us.
I have the excerpt here that says, combination of storage capacity and design outfall structures together will not exacerbate flooding downstream. So that's from the report.
Okay. That's the reason I asked what the phasing was, because it appears some of the impacts that I think you and I would be talking about would be in that second phase, that if that's triggered by the paving of 65, then some of that will get picked up at that point, I would presume, but I agree with you. All right, any other questions or comments? Ms. Mitchell, do you have anything else to add?
I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask staff just a little bit about the non-response from the school board. We talk about this all the time. If you assumed one child per household there, that would be 280 people, children going to an elementary school at least. And if you divide that by 6 grades in an elementary school, you're talking about adding 47 children per grade to get there. And how can the county school system not at least respond to that many additional children over a relatively short period of time in however many years it would take build and develop that property?
Well, I think, just from memory, when they were here, when the school board sent a representative, I mean, if the subdivision meets the requirements and it gets built, I mean, it's their job to make sure that they can educate the children. So I don't think that them not having a response is saying anything wrong, other than the fact that they understand that their job is to make sure that the kids have a school to go to and get educated at it, and they just will have to, prepare for that. And that's what they said, that, they have 5-year plans and 10-year plans and 20-year plans and things like that. So
That's the way I understood it too. They weren't going to respond necessarily one way or the other. Their job was to, they'll work to meet the load that they see from these developments as they come up. The problem they had was a time frame of these projects that are 10-year projects that get built in 5. But they said basically that's just their challenge, to stay up with projected growth that we throw at them. But they weren't going to make a recommendation to deny based on, so.
especially on the subdivision things. I think the one time they did come was on a rezoning, but I think there's some more health, safety,
That's
and
right.
welfare issues that were going on with putting rezoning property that was actually adjacent to the Spanish Sports School there, that prompted that. But I think on these subdivision requests, they're not going to have a response.
I have one more question. The roads on the internal parts of this subdivision, will that be something that we accept responsibility for as county, or is that to remain private?
Usually interior roads on subdivisions are county, they have to build them to county standards, and then they're considered public roads. And in so this case, it would be 10,979 linear feet.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve.
Mr. Bias has made a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Was that Mr. Fletcher?
And Mr. Chairman, before you vote, just for the audience, because this is unzoned, the plan question to deny a case if the developer has checked all the boxes and met all the technical requirements. And in this case, staff believes they have. That's how we're advising the Planning Commission. And while they certainly empathize with some of the generic concerns raised, the Planning Commission's hands are tied because this is an unzoned area to consider some of those more compatibility type impacts.
Mr. Chairman, can I amend my motion to include staff conditions as well?
I was going to ask you to do that. Thank you, sir. And just to make the records clear too, I don't know that I closed the public hearing, so I'm closing the public hearing. We have a motion and a second, subject to staff conditions. Any question or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, we'll open the public hearing now for case number SPP 23-11, Silver Springs subdivision. Does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Ms. Mitchell.
All right. Now, this is 199 lots, and it is in Planning District 14. So that is the one that recently voted to implement zoning, but this application came in before the deadline, so it is under the unzoned guidelines. So this one also will have public streets, 7,700 linear feet. Shows the locator map. So this is just to the northwest of the town of Silver Hill. And this is a close-up of the plat, so you can see two access roads here on County Road 49. And here's the aerial map. Same situation, drainage improvements have been recommended, but this will be reviewed more thoroughly during the construction plan review portion. And this is just an outline. There's an existing lake, and then there's a large wetland area here in the northwest corner, and then there's an adjacent lake on the next property. And so what they've done is alter the drainage basins to have more of it draining into the interior. Pond 1 and Pond 2 are going to be added, and then, as I said, Lake 2 is an existing lake. And these are the before, the post, pre and post flows, the wetland area, and then the lakes, existing lakes and the new lakes. And again, this is a statement from the drainage report: no adjacent properties will be adversely impacted by the proposed stormwater management facilities. There are a couple of things that came up during the review. The lake, if you notice, this is the existing lake. You can tell by the contour lines, there's some very steep slopes around that. And we do have in the subdivision ordinance that if there are steep slopes, that they need to account for the safety, stability, and ease of maintenance, and that to take into consideration safety and accessibility, especially for children, the design of lakes and residential areas. And so we've asked that they do comply with that and make sure that there are safety things in place to protect that area. And this is another thing that the environmental, or the natural resource planner found. There was an improvement put in by the Natural Resources Conservation Service. And so this is a federally funded improvement, and you cannot tamper with this. It has to be left in place for at least 10 years. And so as one of the conditions of approval, we're asking that the design engineer ensure that the project will not be impacted during the design and installation of the detention basin. And so what we've asked, on the current plat, we can't tell exactly where this is, and so we're asking them to go in and add that to the plat to clearly mark it and to make sure that whatever they're proposing for this area does not affect it. And they said that it can be incorporated into the drainage network. They can use this as drainage, they just can't alter it in any way, but it can be utilized. The traffic study is recommending westbound left turn lane at the intersection of County Road 54 and 49, and that's approximately a mile to the north of the development. And this is something I forgot to put in the other one, but in this case, they have a growth rate of 4.37% for the projected growth rate. Here are the utilities. Currently, the town of Silver Hill, they are cooperating with one of the companies associated with the developer to help put in the new water tower. So this is a cooperation between the town and the developer to improve the water services in the area. Fire protection, the flow rates will be excuse me, have been tested, and so they will need to, and again, right now they're low, but once the new improvements are in place, that should correct that. But whatever they have, they must comply with ISO requirements for final plat approval. A wetland report, the areas in pink are the wetlands. So here are the wetlands, jurisdictional wetlands, and this is that existing lake. And those will be protected by buffers. And again, the notification of the school system, and they did not respond. And so we were recommending approval, but the conditions are that they install the traffic improvements recommended by the Highway Department in the traffic impact study, that proper provisions be made for safety, stability, and ease of maintenance along the steep slopes of the lake. Natural resource, the NRCS project will be protected, as we mentioned. Maintain the installed feature, 3 and 4 are 1, I just hit the so this is just part of 3. And then 4, the requirements for broadband service and ISO compliance must be met for final plat approval. So there are actually 4 conditions.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Okay. I have 3 folks signed up to speak. I'll start with Annette. Annette Gioma. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I live in Silver Oaks Loop. We are mostly concerned with the off-site flooding. We want to be certain that their plans include their drainage to go into their wetland areas, but not come back onto our property. We have a very effective drainage plan that has proven itself, and we want to make sure that that's maintained and we don't receive any of their runoff. Also, I'm wondering which phase might go in first? Do we have any information on that?
We'll ask the applicant, they're here, so when, I'll have them come up, maybe I'll ask them to address that.
Okay, and we're good with the traffic study and the left lane turn. That's it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Jeff Bledsoe? Okay. All right, Ms. Barnett, or your engineer, whichever.
We'll let Mr. Eisenhower do it, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to have to talk to Dewberry. They have you signed up as opposition again. I'm sure they wouldn't be happy about you opposing your own project, but
That's what I get for letting
we'll
Kathy
see.
sign us up.
We'll see how you do.
Josh Eisenhower with Dewberry. Couple clarification things first, just for your information. We did revise the plat for your safety concerns. We actually, oh yeah, you have that's the current one. We shifted lot 93. It used to be over by 94. We shifted it over to 92 to get it away from those steep slopes and provide that buffer around the edge. And also, we are looking at the pond in that northeast corner to ensure that we can put a pond in there, tie it into that existing riprap that's there from the NRCS project without impacting it negatively or in any way. As for the questions, the drainage concerns, yes, our drainage, the intent is to keep everything on site. There is that little finger there to the west of that existing development that currently drains onto this property. We'll continue to proliferate that drainage, keep that going onto our property into one of the proposed ponds, ultimately into the lake and then into the wetland along the west side. I think that covers the phasing. At this time, we don't know exactly which phase is going to go first. We anticipate the north half would be first, but we'll determine that during the final design stages.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any questions for the applicant?
Josh, I see the east-west phasing line. What is the north-south line?
That's just a match line for the plat, because the plat's in 2 sheets.
Gotcha, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. All right. Any other questions for staff? Our staff, do you have any other comments?
I do not.
Okay. Was there anybody else that didn't sign up on this item that wished to speak? All right, then I'm going to close the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion we approve subject to staff conditions.
Second.
All right, Mr. Syvert's made a motion to approve, seconded by Mr. Bias. Any question or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, open the public hearing now for case number SPP 23-12, Skipper subdivision. Does anybody need to declare prior communication on this item? Okay, Ms. Mitchell.
So this is a simple 2-lot subdivision. And the reason it's a preliminary instead of a concurrent is because they have to install common driveways. So there's some infrastructure required. This shows the locator map. So it's in Planning District 13, so it is unzoned. And that shows the cropped. So it's 2 lots, and it's going to be hard to tell. So there's a smaller one on the left to the east and the larger one, to the west and a large one to the east. And they have an exemption for one-time split that has been recorded but has not been mapped yet. And so on the parcel viewer, it shows the entire thing, but the dashed line represents the parcel that's being divided, so this portion right here. So the drainage, they're saying that no additional drainage measures are required because at this point there's no development proposed. Baldwin EMC is the only utility provider. They'll have on-site sewer and well, or septic, on-site septic and well. Wetland delineation was done, and there is a feature down in the southern portion, and that will be protected by a buffer. So we're recommending approval, and the condition So there is one condition, applicant will coordinate with AlDOT to permit and approve common drives to be installed on Highway 90. And then after that is done, then we will administratively approve the final plat, and then they'll be recorded.
Okay? Any questions for staff? Okay, I don't have an indication whether we have anybody signed up on this one. Nobody? Okay, so no one signed up. Was there anybody that wished to speak that forgot to sign up? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
Move its approval.
Is that Mr. Booyer?
Yes.
Second?
Second it.
Mr. Mullet, second the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Moving to our site plans at this time. Do we need a break or not? All right. You didn't speak up quick enough. All right, we're going to open public hearing for case number CSP 22-32, the Store Locksaw, Alabama 59 LLC.
All right, this is CSP 2232.
Let me make sure nobody needs to
I'm
declare
sorry.
any prior communication on this item. Okay, Ms. Rose, I'm sorry.
Thank you. This is the locator map showing you the location of the storage facilities. It's located in Planning District 12 and Zoned B3. They are located south of Dawson Road and west of State Highway 59 in Loxley. The current use is commercial and about 3.98 acres per the site survey. The applicant is Nicholas Ostry from Civil Consultants Incorporated, and the owner is Store Loxel AL59 LLC. So their request is the construction of many storage buildings and a stormwater management pond, and it will total approximately 40,000 square feet. Here's a locator map and the site map. As you can see, the property is surrounded by residential zoning as well as residential land use with a little commercial to the east. Here are the property images and the adjacent property images. Here are the requirements for B3 zoning and the requirements for many warehouses and RV storage facilities. Here's the site plan and the data table. I've also kind of broken down and color-coded the proposed storage buildings. Also noted that the main office and the dumpster will be located across the street at the corner of Dawson Road and Highway 59. And here are the elevation and floor plan views for each proposed building. So this would be Building A. This also includes their lighting for each of the buildings, Building B, and then Building C. Their grading and drainage plan, as well as their erosion control plan, their ADEM permit, as well as their drainage narrative. This is their landscaping plan, and I added that there will be 1 to 2 understory trees that will be added in that area near the southwest portion of Building A. A little more detail about their landscaping. They did receive a variance in April of this year with the Board of Adjustment 1, and it allows the following landscape buffers to be installed. I'm going to go ahead and read through these, and the numbers correspond to the numbers on the slide stating alternate option regarding landscape buffers. So the first one is a 30-foot buffer with overstory trees, understory trees, and shrubs at standard density along the west property line, and this will allow for the existing drive to remain at its current width instead of the required 22 feet by Section 1314-2C of the zoning ordinance. The second variance was a screen of understory trees and shrubs along the southwest portion of Building A, which was just explained in the previous slide. The third is a high-density 10-foot buffer of understory trees and shrubs along the entire west property line, and then a 10-foot buffer along the east property line, which is standard per Section 17.1A of the zoning ordinance. They also received an additional variance to allow for the existing fences along the east and west lines to remain at 6 feet height instead of the required 8 feet height per Section 1314-2G2 of the zoning ordinance. There were no further agency comments. Here's our staff analysis and findings. The proposed storage facilities do conform to the requirements of the zoning ordinance, And then the site plan does meet the setbacks for B3 zoning. And then staff recommends approval of the mini storage buildings and the stormwater management pond with the following conditions. So the first one is just to memorialize within the approval recommendation that this use is for mini warehouses that will include boat and RV storage with adequate screening and buffering. This is not for a planned unit development that would require a possible rezoning if there's multiple units. Also, staff requests that the building permit 180-day deadline be increased to 1 calendar year. I've also added the condition that 1 or 2 understory trees will be added to the southwest side of Building A. And then finally, memorializing the closeout recommendations of Section 18.9.7 of the zoning ordinance before receiving their certificate of occupancy. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions for staff?
I have a question.
Okay, Ms. Burnett.
Landscaping to the south, is there any landscaping to the south? I didn't see it on the site plan.
There will be this portion here. I don't know if you can see my cursor moving on the screen. This would be the landscaping here because they will need to get around the storage facilities along this side.
But the south is adjacent to residential.
Yes.
So they had a pre-existing variance on those existing storage facilities. The first one existed prior to zoning. The second one was added after zoning came in, but they obtained a variance for that one. And so there's an existing variance on those 2 buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Somebody else have a question?
Corey, did I read that there's a note somewhere that the dumpsters will be located off this property?
Yes.
Yes.
The office and the dumpsters.
There it is, okay.
Yes. It is further back.
Stealing your thunder on the dumpster question, I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
It's right here.
All right, any other questions? All right, I have the engineer and the owner, so I'm going to let you guys, whichever would like to speak, come up and give us your name. It'll be Jeff Logan or Nicholas or Mr. Kramer.
My name's Nicholas Austria. I'm with Civil Consultants. I'm just here to answer any questions you might have on the project.
I've got one, and it's just a clarification, I'm sure. For the impervious areas, I see on here it says allowed impervious area 70%, building coverage is 40%, but then we have the building permit. When it says impervious area and you give 52%, that does not include buildings?
That does include buildings.
It does include buildings? Okay, that's what I was hoping you'd say. And then the other question I have is on the drainage. Is that an existing structure down at the south?
The south end is an existing structure.
So there's a single point discharge already there?
There is already, yes, down at that bottom left corner of the
Yeah.
plan, there's a single point discharge, which we'll utilize.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant's engineer? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, that's all I had signed up. Does anybody else wish to speak on this item that forgot to sign up? Okay. I'll close the public hearing, and we'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion, we approve the site plan.
All right, Mr. Davis made a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is that Bill? Mr. Booyer, second the motion. Any question or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. All right, we'll open a public hearing now for case number CSP 23-15, Little Point Clear. Does anybody need to clear any prior communication on this item? Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so, Chairman, Commissioners, what we have for you is the chapel at Little Point Clear. And this is a request for a conditional use and a commission site plan approval for Little Point Clear, the chapel at Little Point Clear, which is an event venue. And note, Commissioners, this also includes consideration of a highway construction setback appeal, which we'll explain shortly. For simplicity, we've combined it into this uniform slideshow. And so, as you see, the subject property is located in Planning District 26. Some basic development information right here, as we noted, Planning District 26. A review of the local provisions of Planning District 26 do not appear to affect the site. You see the zoning of B2. And no public streets will be created by this. We'll explain the, pardon me, we'll explain the 25-foot wide and 10-foot wide landscape buffers momentarily. This did not trigger a traffic study, and no jurisdictional or wetlands were discovered, though a wetland delineation was conducted, which we'll show momentarily. Showing you an excerpt from the use table. So this does explicitly trigger the request for a condition site plan with conditional use. As we mentioned, a traffic study is not required. Drainage was evaluated successfully. We talked about zoning and local provisions. This does not affect ALDOT. The land disturbance does not require an ADM NPDES. We do have a condition of approval regarding landscape that we'll describe momentarily. There's no wetland filling, so Corps of Engineers is not involved. We do have the turnout permit already in place for the property. And we'll call out the subject property. And for reference, here we'll also identify the existing Little Point Clear facility. This request is the property immediately to the north. And we'll show you the same in the aerial image. And so you see the existing Little Point Clear facility, you see the proposed property to the north. Very quickly show you subject property as well as adjacent properties, this one being Little Point Clear, the existing facility. To the north, on the east side across the street. A quick note here, Chairman and Commissioners, is that some improvements have been made under a prior approved license agreement. So those are improvements within the right-of-way and not necessarily improvements on this site that you have not yet approved. And so we have a rendering of the chapel that is desired. This is the floor plan of the chapel, which is showing 56 seats and some elevation views of the building. Your overall site plan, Commissioners, I'll call out here, as we always do, is make certain that we've accounted for waste disposal in waste containers, that they are stored in an enclosure, which is accomplished on this site. Also, the dashed line, that is the highway construction setback line, and what we'll show you here very quickly here is that to satisfy the required parking for the chapel itself, we'll get to the rest of the site momentarily, it required having 3 parking spaces that do cross into that highway construction setback line. We're recommending approval of that highway construction setback appeal because otherwise parking is satisfied on the site. Commissioners, you do not have this in your printed packet. I do want to spend a minute or so on this to make certain we're clear of the parking situation. And so, first of all, because this site was contemplated and considered in the prior approvals of the original Little Point Clear facility, there was overflow parking from that site that overflows onto this site. Plus, we're also looking at the improvements to the subject property and what goes on there. So just to step you through this very quickly, first of all, the chapel itself, 56 seats, as we saw, which triggers 14 required parking spaces. On the original site, they're required to have 11 parking spaces. And so you also end up with a requirement for 11 overflow parking spaces. To make it all work together, to really cut to the chase, Commissioners, is that 27 net overflow parking spaces, not on Little Point Clear and not on Little Point Clear Chapel, are required from another facility. That is satisfied by also a prior agreement for off-site parking on Sweetwater Circle, where 49 spaces are available and 27 are what are needed to satisfy the entire site to make it work together. So that's the point of this screen right here. We can go into greater detail as necessary. I'll also point out, and we'll explain here in just a moment, the 150 guests that you'll see there divided by 4 seats. we'll explain where that number 150 comes from momentarily. Here, we're just simply showing a map showing the location. So you see subject property, then you see Sweetwater Circle. And here, we're just simply enlarging the Sweetwater Circle parking area. I did measure these. This was an AutoCAD drawing that I was able to bring into Adobe and measure them. They are adequate size, meeting the zoning ordinance. Stormwater was fine. We thank the Highway Department for helping us review that. This is a copy of the wetland delineation, which did not discover any wetlands, as you see there marked in yellow. They do have their turnout permit, which was approved by Highway. Landscape buffers. So we're going to show this to you in a couple ways. First of all, the drawing on the left, both drawings are the same drawing, but what we did here is on the left, we just simply wanted to call out the northern area, the upper area, which is the west side of the property, has a 25-foot wide landscape buffer, and then along the right-of-way is a 10-foot wide landscape buffer. Here we've color-coded the overstory and understory trees, and you see we call those out. Here we've just simply enlarged it. I tried to make some of the color coding transparent so you can see the understory trees and the shrubbery underneath. So we've color coded those. We do have a condition of approval. The area is marked in gray to staff's judgment more fully satisfy the requirement of the landscape buffer. We're asking for a condition of approval to add additional shrubs in those areas. Commissioners, this slide's a little bit blurry, but each of you have hard copies of this. So on the left is what is required when you have an event venue. The applicant has to provide a management plan for the venue, and you each have a hard copy of it. We're memorializing that via condition of approval. On the right, I won't really address unless the applicant has questions, but for transparency, we wanted to include it. This was some rebuttals that the applicant had to the conditions of approval by staff, and we can get into that if we need to. Similarly, this is the compatibility analysis that we perform on commission site plans, and again, we can get into detail on this if there are any questions. What I will say, Commissioners, is that I did have to make some edits to this that may not have appeared in your printed copy to make certain that this is aligned with 150 guests. So with that, Commissioners, we have a recommendation of approval for you. Now, as you see on this screen, we have the standard conditions that you normally see. What I will call out here is that as we are now, as our practice, is asking the Planning Commission to make this a 1 calendar year approval rather than 180 days. The other items are as you typically see in the standard conditions. Now, in terms of specific conditions, Item 1, again, is we're memorializing that all the prior approvals on the Little Point Clear site are maintained, including the off-site parking agreement with Sweetwater Circle. They are maintained as originally approved. So one of the reasons we reviewed this one so very carefully is to make certain nothing on this site would override and cause problems for the prior site. Okay, in terms of number of guests, the original approval on the original site is still 125 guests. However, in the instances where there are concurrent events that affect both sites at the same time, that is limited to 150 total guests between the two sites. And that is also reflected in the management plan that we talked about earlier. Also, the 25-foot landscape buffer, as we mentioned earlier, we're asking for a condition of approval to add additional shrubbery to that landscape buffer. And that would be something that they would provide to us if you grant approval today. They would provide to us, and we would review that one more time before issuing them their approval letter for a commission site plan. The highway construction setback, asking you to approve that as a condition of approval to the greater case. Now, hours of operation, this is what was in their management plan. So all event activities would cease at 10 p.m. Central Time. They would have post-event cleanup and stand-down activities that would occur after 10 p.m., but the events would end at 10 p.m. Everything else we're memorializing, as you see in item 6. And also something that was on the landscape drawing, we wanted to make certain we memorialized that 25-foot wide landscape buffer is not going to be utilized for event activities. And then number seven, there is a lingering routine amendment to the CBMPP. As I mentioned earlier, this site is not triggering an NPDES. But all commission site plans have a CBMPP. There's a lingering, very minor text amendment that we need. We're noting it here as a condition of approval to make certain we get that before we issue the CSP approval letter. With that, Chairman and Commissioners, I'm happy to answer questions on behalf of staff.
Mr. King, on the, on this sheet that you had comments and they had rebuttal to, you had, all activities had to cease at 9, but then they disagreed and want to go to 10, and I see you have that at 10 now on your conditions. Help me, because we have 2 of these events and I can't keep up between the 2 of them, our venues. Did this one have a time set on the existing venue already?
No, sir.
So we're establishing that tonight?
We're establishing this. We're establishing a time. The recommendation before you is establishing a time for the chapel.
Chapel.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And I know, Commissioners, it's a little bit confusing because of the overlap, but the overlap is primarily parking.
Was there a time set on the venue, the existing site?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't believe so, Mr. Chairman.
Well, along those lines, how does it work with a concurrent event? If you have an event at both locations and the chapel has a 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. cutoff?
Well, then the chapel has to stop at 10 p.m.
Yeah. But also, if we have a combined 150-person total limit, and we cut an event off at 10, all 150 people cannot consolidate at the Little Point Clear facility, because it has a limit of 125 as a singular use, correct?
So technically, 25 people have to go home.
Okay.
And Commissioners, I tried to be very cautious about letting that overlap from the other site strictly be parking.
Well, and that was kind of one of my questions. I want to make sure I understood this correctly, that the 150 total guest capacity is only for combined events. They cannot have 150 at Little Point Clear and then an additional 25 at the chapel if they're 2 separate events.
It is 150 total.
Okay.
Between the 2 sites.
Any other questions, staff?
Mr. King, can you go back to the parking slide where you laid out the part that is not in our staff report?
Oh, okay, yes, sir.
Yeah, the document that's not in our staff report.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And this is really a very simple question. Is this chapel at Little Point Clear, are we addressing it as an event venue or are we addressing it as a church?
It is named as a chapel, but in terms of the approval before you, it is an event venue.
Even though we're using the church math for establishing the parking logic at the top?
So, Commissioner, that's a great question. We are actually double covering it, and here's how. So, we're using the chapel itself, its definition. Forget the site plan for just a second and just look at the building. That 56 seats generates 14 parking spots per the zoning ordinance. So that's covered.
Right.
Then all the other overflow parking from the other site is also covered. So that site is actually double covering, and I did it that way. My interpretation to review it that way was to be as absolutely conservative as possible, that we had as much parking as possible. So you've got 14 spaces covered just for the chapel if that property ever got sold. At a minimum, the chapel by itself, if it ceased to be an event venue and became some other type of venue, say it became an actual chapel, it would have its parking covered per the zoning ordinance.
All right. Thank you.
And that kind of brings up a point that I'm not sure if these conditions really address how many people or what the occupancy is of the chapel. So say she just wants to have a party or church or whatever at the chapel, how many people are we allowing if it's not a unified event at the chapel? I read that to say if it's a unified event, it can have 150, but what if it's just the chapel that we're approving?
Well, we did not go into that type of detail. And now, we know this. We know the chapel has 56 seats. They've given us a drawing within a site plan approval request asking for 56 seats. So my answer would be is that what you're considering tonight has a chapel with 56 seats. And that's a very good question.
Well, I
And-
feel like it really needs to be addressed because in her responses or their responses, there was a lot of talk about it's, this is too separate. This is not unified. We can have unified, but this is too separate. And then there was a note on somewhere about having church from like 8 to 10. So I'm assuming that they will start having some type of service perhaps there or whatnot that, Sunday worship will be from 8 to 10. And so I feel like we need to, well, y'all can decide if y'all feel like y'all need to address the occupancy of the chapel separate than a unified event.
I think we should, so at some point we'll do that. Any other questions for staff?
It concerns me that the application that we have before us tonight is for only the chapel, but yet we're making changes, as you said, double covering, but we're still making changes on an application that we have already approved that they have not requested changes for. Does that create a problem in administering these approvals, assuming that we were to approve it?
So, Mr. Chairman, and to our Commissioner's question, I apologize if I didn't make that clearer, so I'll state it again. If you look at item 1 up on screen, that all prior approvals for the existing site are maintained. We are not altering those approvals. If anything, we are making certain those original approvals are maintained and not altered, because the overflow parking from the original site onto subject property was going to be altered by this new site plan. So this process we went through here was to make certain that we had parking covered for the whole thing, the chapel, and maintaining what was there for the existing building, for the existing Little Point Clear facility. So I don't think we're altering the original approvals. We're just making certain those original approvals are maintained. That was the intent of the staff report.
Okay, any other questions for?
So let's go to this Sweetwater Circle. Is that a public road?
No, sir, and Mr. Fletcher, thank you for bringing that up. That is a private right-of-way. That is not maintained by Baldwin County.
Okay, and how far away is this from the event? Because to me, it looks like a mile, 2 miles, I don't know.
So, Commissioner, I believe that's about a quarter mile. We can ask the applicant to
Quarter
verify
mile?
that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And the applicant can explain in much greater detail than I their parking management procedure, that when they do have a guest who needs to park off-site, they have a means of accommodating them by transporting them back and forth, and they can explain that in much greater detail than I can.
Thank you.
But Mr. King, once again, that's existing. They're already using that toward the existing venue. So you're just showing us what.
Yes, sir. I'm showing you what they're already using.
Right.
In terms of off-street parking. What we did here is made certain that what they already had has it covered.
Yeah. Yeah.
Buford, just for clarity, are staff and ancillary service personnel at events, are they counted toward the 150 total guests?
I'm going to allude back to the original approval, and I'm going by memory here, but I think the language in that original approval said that in addition to the guest count, they have approximately 10 staff members.
Okay.
So if you had, assuming that number is still the same, you would have approximately 160 people when you include staff. And the applicant can correct me if I'm wrong.
We believe that's captured somewhere, though.
Yes, that's on the prior approval.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
I have one more. If we have a capacity limit of 125 in the actual wedding venue, the reception area, and the church is allowing for a capacity of 56, and we have 10 staff, this is over 200 people now. Where's the parking for all of that?
Well, again, and great questions. Great questions. I thank Ms. Fleming for jumping in here too, and y'all may want to clarify something with an additional conditional approval on the chapel. Now, the chapel can seat 56. We have the floor plan where they've laid that out. But again, in terms of a combined concurrent event, they're limited to 150. So they've got to make a decision on how many people are on which side. Now, in terms of 10 staff members, doing the math real quick, because we've got 49 parking spaces on Sweetwater Circle, as you see on screen, and out of that 49, we know 27 would be accounted for a 150 guest development. Then if you had 10 staff members, we're still good. We're still covered.
Okay, I'm not cutting anybody off. If you've got a question for Buford, we'll ask, but the applicant is here and the engineer, I want to be sure. There's some questions I know I have for them. Anybody else have a question for staff? All right. Either Mr. Littleton or Mr. Snell, either one, whichever want to go first, or both.
Well, James is our landscape architect, so I got him here if we got any landscape questions. And then I have Jeff Logan here, who's the engineer, design engineer for the site work. So I have him here for any questions. And I just want to say that we're really glad to be here. It's a combination of a lot of work. We've been wanting to buy this property for years. We were finally able to buy it. We've been working on the engineering for this all year for 6 months. And I want to tell Buford King how much we appreciate him and how well he's worked with us and how diligent he's been. You can't imagine. I mean, his report is 25 typewritten pages, and we've been through that 3 times. So he said, he has been very cautious, and we've been very cautious, and we just appreciate being here. And I'm the one that does the parking, so I can tell you how we do the parking. And basically, all right, first of all, the Ford's property was not our overflow parking because we didn't own it. We've always had the overflow parking that we own is on Sweetwater. Now, we use Ford a lot, and we rented the property all this time. So our overflow property really has not changed. It's Sweetwater Circle. And like he said, he's got us double covered. And when we say, no, there won't be simultaneously events at Little Point Clear and the chapel. I'm talking about a real event, we call a wedding. It's the same people. Now, we might have a 15-people birthday party and a design meeting going on, but no large events whatsoever. They'll rent the whole property for the weekend. And that 150, is our maximum. Most of all of our events are much less than 150. That's our maximum. Most of ours are generally around 125. We've always parked staff and vendors at Sweetwater Circle. They come in, they bring everything in, they get all loaded and unloaded, and then we shuttle them all up there. So the staff is generally always off-site. We could actually have an event at the chapel and not park one car on Little Point Clear or the chapel. We got 50 spots up the road. And we have other parking too. So, and we shuttle them. We have a little VW bus. Everybody loves riding in.
Question. On Sweetwater Circle, maybe a foregone conclusion because you've already had it approved and used, but just so that I understand, I think 9 parcels there that front on that road. Are there businesses on those, homes?
Yes.
What are those?
Yeah, they're businesses.
All of them?
Yes.
Okay. And they don't conflict in any way with the...
No, because it's a dental office, it's a real estate office, it's a little boutique silver shop, and none of them are open on the weekend. It was actually the dentist's idea, so y'all just need to park up here. And I realized there was a lot for sale, so I bought it. So we don't conflict at all because all our events are on the weekends. And, dentist is never open on Saturday or Sunday.
Okay.
So y'all don't have weekday events that utilize any of the Sweetwater parking?
No, we never have anything during the week that's big enough to go up there.
Okay.
Not at all. Our weddings are generally always on the weekends. If we have a wedding during the week, they're always very small.
Okay. Any other question, Mr. Littleton?
Help me square this. You've got a chapel with 56 seats in it. Okay, you've got, if we approve this, there'll be 150 participants in the wedding,
Total.
up to 150. Okay, does that mean that 196 people are going to stand outside when the wedding's going on? And do you have to, how are you going to address that with that size chapel?
Well, that's what we've always done, you know, and they don't, generally, it's the families, immediate family. What they generally do is they have the wedding just for immediate family, because they realize it's small. If you want a big wedding, you got to go somewhere else. So what they'll do is they'll have the immediate family and grandmothers and all that will actually come to the wedding. And then then everybody else get invited to the reception. And so then they'll be divided up, you know.
A-list, B-list.
Huh?
An A-list and a B-list of attendees.
Yeah, they do, yes. That's what my daughter did. She got married there, and I said, you know, you just can't, you know.
Any other questions? Buford, can you pull up the site plan of the chapel site? Yeah. First question is, what is that behind the chapel to the west? The oval shape? Is that just a
Retention pond.
A what?
Retention pond.
Okay.
The oval back there?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we needed 55 gallons of retention, very
I don't
little.
see that called out anywhere.
Yeah.
So that's a retention pond.
Yeah, it's on there somewhere, on one of them.
Now, are you talking about north of the
No, not
chapel
that.
or
I'm
immediately
talking about right next
west?
to the building. That.
That right there?
Yeah.
That's open area.
That's what?
Open area.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's
is-
more, this is a generic site plan. It's more detailed on the landscape plan.
Well, I looked at the landscape plan, I didn't see anything calling that out, and that's what I was trying to figure out. Is it a pad, just a sodded pad? I know it sounds like we're scrutinizing, but after what we've gone through on the other one, I want to make sure we
Yeah.
all understand what everything is. That is crossed, you can see it hatched differently than everything else, and that's
Right.
what I'm trying to understand what it is. So it's just a,
It's open area,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
Pine straw.
And Mr. Chairman, forgive me for interjecting, and that's one of the reasons why we had that condition of approval, to make that a bit more robust in terms of a landscape buffer.
I see, looking closely at the landscape plan, you've got looks like a paver path going to that open area.
Yeah.
Is that intended to be for some sort of exterior usage or
No,
event?
That's a handicap ramp, I think.
Well, it's labeled on the site plan pavers on the left side of that slide.
If you go back to the site plan, it's a little bit
Yeah,
better.
yeah,
Buford.
let's go back to that.
That bottom left corner there.
Top. You're talking about all those pavers out front?
I'm talking about down at the bottom of that pad we were just talking about that you told me
No,
was,
that's, all that's pavers, that's striping. I don't think that's pavers. Mm-mm.
It's labeled pavers on your landscape plan.
So Chairman, Commissioner, some of the crosshatching may be a little difficult to follow, but yes, this is I am going to try to zoom in a little bit better. Now, this is the on-site loading, unloading area, and these are typical parking spaces, with one being a handicap parking space. And then
to the left of that's what we're talking
these,
about.
I believe what you're talking about, these are pavers right here. And I'm going by memory on what's on the landscape plan.
Yeah.
You're right, it is pavers. I stand corrected.
And what you have, Commissioners, is in this area, the landscaping plan in the corner is very, very robust, and it thins out right in here, which is why we had that condition of approval.
Okay. And Buford, if you can zoom up to the north end, I'm going to ask my other question. The parking to the north side of this building, no, go back to that.
I'm sorry, let me zoom in.
Parking spots 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, I can get away with 14 and 15 maybe. How do those cars back out?
They can back out.
Oh, I know they can. I'm asking, how do they? Are you going to tell me they back all the way to the front of the building and turn around and come out? Because that's the only way that I can see they can back out.
Yeah.
There's no way to turn around inside that space.
No, there's no way to turn around, no.
So that,
You
what
will
you're
be
telling me.
backing out, yes. Yeah.
And not that this will be a deal killer, but my point is on this, while we scrutinize this, that those are the type things we would not approve, I wouldn't want to approve on another site plan, because those aren't the kind of parking spaces you should have when you have backing that goes that far to the front like that. It's typically when you got angled parking that allows a drive to go all around, you back up and you pull on out.
Yeah.
But that to me is kind of parking that I don't like to see.
And see, we normally valet park everybody. Normally, everybody pulls up to the, right at the front of Little Point Clear, and we get them out, and we valet park their cars. Most of them, especially the earlier guests, we automatically valet their car to Sweetwater. We save the front for if the grandparents or the late people. So we park almost everybody for any kind of event. Now, we have a birthday party, they park themselves.
Okay. Real quick, while we're on this slide, and Buford's got it pulled up, I'm assuming, are you using the county-provided trash receptacles, not a
Yeah,
dumpster?
not a dumpster, no, sir.
Okay.
We use the cans. Yeah, we don't like a dumpster, we don't.
It'd be a little hard for a dump truck to get in there and pick that dumpster up on
I
that
don't want
side.
them driving in, I don't want them.
And Chairman, Commissioners, we mentioned this in work session. I don't know if every one of the commissioners were here for the work session. There's an additional detail added to that waste can enclosure that's not in these plans. But they further modified that to make certain that they can access those containers from either direction, because the doors open into this parking space, so they added an additional detail. They can also open it in this direction as well.
Yeah, I'm the one that carries the garbage out on Monday morning. We roll it out.
As far as I know, Mr. Chairman, Baldwin County Solid Waste is not yet offering services on the weekend, so I think Mr. Littleton can probably put his cans out during the week.
Well, no, I put them out Monday morning early. I go down there first thing, because it's.
Chairman,
Yes.
I have a question
Okay.
for the applicant. You mentioned that the wedding, so you would have 56, up to 56 people for a wedding.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the reception, is it held there? You move things out and put in, or how does that?
Sometimes we do, or they would just come over to Little Point Clear and come in there.
Well, we need to set a maximum amount of people. And you've represented 56 on this site plan? So is that what you're thinking your maximum number of people would be?
Well, I would be saying too, I think we need to think about, if it is a wedding, bride and groom are not sitting, but they're in the building.
Well,
So-
okay. 60 people.
That's, and grooms, bridesmaids and.
But if they have a reception there and they've moved all the chairs out, we're up to maybe 100.
We have tables. We'll never have just people standing in there. The count goes down because we've been moving tables in, you have less count. Because, if they have a reception, they're going to have tables and sit at tables.
Yep.
The people just don't ever stand in there.
But one of the possibilities is you could have a wedding event here. Then they would move over to the other location for a reception. Is that right?
For drinks.
Let me ask this, I think this might just clear up the issue, because are y'all willing to say that separately, if two events are held separately at these two sites, that also would not exceed, when summed together, 150?
Right, oh yeah, I think that is what we're
Yeah,
saying.
and I think, but does that resolve this issue?
This was, this was a comment from your attorney. I just was thinking about what she said, that, you know, are you going to have 150 people here, and you don't really have the facility for 150 people in this building.
And we don't normally have that many. We normally have less than that. We normally have 125.
I just feel like we are approving a parcel, and my concern is that they're gonna, once they build it, they will come, and there will be different events held there, than maybe even what we're thinking about now, not on the weekends, like, you know, by law firm retreat or something like that, you know, or church and all things like that. And that it feels like if we just say unified, they can have 150, then that place may be having 150 people at it every Wednesday night or Sunday morning or whatever. I just think we need to think about it, because we're just approving this site.
Mr. Littleton, a quick question. On the, based on the floor plan of the chapel, the porches are listed, and I'm assuming those porches are covered.
Yes, that's correct.
And just off the top of my head, I'm seeing at least 4 sets of doors that would open to the front and side porch, which, you know, could conceivably, you know, increase the number of people that could be there if you were to have, you know, a wedding/reception that took place at the chapel. You yourself just said you would move in tables. What's to say there's not tables on the porches, and all of a sudden there's, you know, 170 people?
No, it's not.
Because, you know, you have room now.
No, it's a maximum of 150 total. And they'll have tables. They'll have tables on the porch.
As this is separate than what's going on, yes, they're owned by the same people. I think what we're not wanting to get caught in is saying, you know, for this site that we're talking about tonight, to set a limit for that one. Now, if it's used in conjunction with the first one, hey, it sounds like y'all have come up to 150 people there. But for this site, you know, do we think that 75 for this subject property might be a good number? And if it's used in conjunction with the neighbor, which are the same people, maybe 150, but I think we're thinking we may need to limit what this site can be capable of standalone.
Mr. Littleton, do you have a number in mind that y'all would be comfortable with if this site was used standalone, not in conjunction with Little Point Clear? That would be the maximum number from a standalone perspective, knowing that when they're combined, it would be 150.
Let me ask my boss.
Mr. Chairman, while we have just a moment, we're at this is a great discussion. We're at a little bit of a disadvantage here because obviously we're not reviewing a building permit. So we don't know the occupancy limit on the building because we don't get into that in the site plan review process.
80.
So Mr. Littleton said 80 would be a number that they would feel comfortable with standalone.
So I guess I'll play devil's advocate here. So if we had 80 at one location and 125 at the other, do we have parking for 205 people available between all of them?
I think it'd still be 150 unified.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's 150 unified no matter what?
No matter what.
Even if it's not a unified event?
That's correct.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, I said it in the work session, so I'll say it now. My personal opinion is it ought to stay at 125. We haven't added any more property to this. They were using the Ford site, they were using Sweetwater for that, and I'm afraid if we say 150, when they get through with the wedding, they're all going to go over to the other site, and it's going to be 150 where we initially said only 125. That's the way I see it. That's the way I see it'll come out.
So by doing that, we're de facto potentially increasing the capacity to 150, you know, that we set at 125. I would still go back to the 80 number that he just said. There's seating for 56, so we're saying there's 80 people. Those other 30 are going to stand on the porch that he just said they weren't going to use for anything else. So, I mean, where are those other 30 people going to go if you've only got seating for 56?
Yeah, so, I mean, but it's up to y'all whether you want to do, 125, unified or whatever, and I see that he's adding that. I guess we can just type that
I
out.
just typed that in there.
But I think there needs to be something there subject to, I guess, building codes and, the occupancy allowed, but they could technically have 50 inside, probably and 30 outside, and not violate a building code, and that's just the way the party's set up.
And as a standalone building, it's got to still meet parking requirements.
Correct.
We say we can't exceed the 14.
Thank you.
80 would exceed that, wouldn't it, Buford?
Well, if we're still capped at 150.
No, I'm talking about, if we were talking about 80 a while ago, if we just had a standalone event at the chapel site, and we say 80, that means,
I think as long as
We can
we're
figure-
still under the 150, that the parking,
Yes, ma'am. And so Aaron's got it correct. The short answer is that we still have an excess of parking on Sweetwater Circle. So even if you had a standalone event of 80 guests just on, and not on Little Point Clear, but just at the chapel, we're still okay.
Chairman,
yes, ma'am.
I have another comment.
Go ahead.
I'm concerned about 10 o'clock. Looking at the zoning map, this parcel has a parcel north of it that's a commercial parcel, and a parcel south of it that is a commercial parcel, but completely surrounded by residential.
That's why we don't have any noise problems. One time we had neighbors complain about noise, and we ain't had noise since, and that's been years ago. We don't, all ours inside, we got past the base and all that years and years and years ago. And these are my friends. This is my mentor is behind this. George Roberts is my direct neighbor behind us, and he's my mentor. And I've asked him numerous times. He never hears us. Of course, he can't hear very well anyway, but he never hears us. And I asked him about this, and he's all for it.
What's your operating hours today?
What?
Your operating hours today?
We've always shut down at 10 o'clock. Yeah, we're old. We just don't go past 10. And a lot I'm in before then. Yeah, weddings are different. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, they're normally leaving about 9 or 9:30.
Okay. Any other questions?
That question is in relation to Ms. Burnett's question. So what we're proposing is 10 o'clock at the new place, and it's 9 o'clock at Little Point Clear.
I don't think it is. I don't think we
What
have
time, what are we do, is there a proposed time, or what is our
Single
10
use
o'clock
event?
at both places?
Well, that's just what we do. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been no time, stipulated for Little Point Clear.
Is there, okay.
It's going to become 150 at the site. We only sit 25 on. All right. Any other questions or comments? Mr. King?
So, Mr. Chairman, if you can indulge me about 30 seconds here.
Okay.
I'm going to have a final recommendation for you, and our legal counsel is helping me writing this live, so there's nothing like live television. Okay, Chairman and Commissioners, one more comment, super brief comment before I explain this. Doing a super quick calculation. If you had 80 guests, well, I'll just describe it all at once. If you had 80 guests for a single dedicated event on the PIN number, which is the subject property, one, what we're asking for is what we just typed on screen in sub-bullet A. That would require probably about 6 more parking spaces, which we know they have that added capacity on Sweetwater Circle. And so Otherwise, item 2A is what we've altered. The rest is as we originally presented.
For that additional 6 spaces you just said, is that considered required parking?
It would be required parking.
So that's going to be way beyond the highway construction line then. We'll be having to approve another 6 parking spaces outside the highway construction.
I think you're okay because we've explicitly labeled.
No, I'm not asking if it's okay. I'm asking, will it be?
It'll be across, yes, sir, yeah.
We'll have to approve in that variance, allowing 6 more spaces beyond the highway construction line.
Yes, sir, that's a great point. That's a great point. I'm with you now.
That's what I was trying to get at a while ago about.
Yes, sir. At this hour, who knows what you're going to hear from me right now. Okay. And right now, I'm not sure how to word this. I'm just putting this in here. The highway construction setback is approved and parking spaces 3, 4, 5, and as amended, as seen on sheet C30, are allowed within the HCS. If y'all trust me to review this one more time and make certain we've got it covered before we issue them an approval letter, if it's your pleasure to approve it.
Mr. King, am I understanding this correctly? We've added the 80 people for a standalone event at the subject property, but we could still have a concurrent event at Little Point Clear, but that concurrent event would then only be able to have 70 people at it, because we're capping concurrent events at 150.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what it would take. They would have to manage their site to make certain they don't exceed 150. So red text is what we've changed on this slide. And then, red text on this slide is what we've amended right here in front of everyone. All else remains as presented.
But to beat a dead horse, if one party rents both sites, they have their wedding and then they go over next door for their reception. How many? 150?
150 is the limit.
So what I'm saying, we've just expanded the use of Little Point Clear from what we said before would be 125. We're expanding it to 150 because those guests are all going to walk over to this site if the same person's renting it for the night. That's what I'm opposed to. I'm just going to say it out. It's a very successful business. I congratulate them for it, but all of this is expanding their business in an area that's way too small for it, in my opinion. The 125 to me should have been the cap for combined. And we're doing the highway construction setback line. We're giving a variance there. We're giving a variance on the angled parking that I think is a bad thing. We're giving an awful lot that, in my opinion, is just not. I know that we have the ability. These are all standalone. The next project we're not held to, but I just, when I look at something like this that I would not necessarily want to approve on another site, I just hate seeing us do it, but all right, I said my piece.
Well, no, but that's why I asked the question right before you did. We are basically de facto amending the conditional use that we've dealt with for so long, back in the spring. Right. We're amending it without, amending it.
And that's not on this agenda, and there's not a public hearing for it.
So, Commissioners, great questions. And my response would be this. I sympathize with that requirement. And just to cut to the chase, in a worst-case scenario, you could put 25 additional guests on Little Point Clear. They could migrate from Little Point Clear Chapel. But you could not put that 25 guests unless you have that concurrent event on Little Point Clear Chapel. So I see that. And honestly, we as staff, we realize these aren't perfect. These are challenging, and that's why we respect the authority of this planning commission to approve site plans. And so we will go with whatever this planning commission chooses.
I guess the thing that you add 80 people to the chapel site, which is what we're dealing with tonight. You have another event on the Little Point Clear site under rules that we've approved that say there can be 125 people at Little Point Clear. Not necessarily a related or a joint event, but you have 80 people at a wedding, you have 125 people at my birthday party at Little Point Clear. Now you've got 205 people potentially on the property, which this doesn't even have to do with parking. I'm just talking about the crowd on the, as the chairman said, on a piece of property that is really jamming everything in there, not by their fault, but just by virtue of the way it's laid out.
We're not going to do that. And we're not, I mean, our total capacity, we're not going to exceed our total capacity. We can't have two real events at the same time. I mean, it's just, you can't have two different people.
But I think as we sit here, we have to pretend that you sell one of these or sell that one, or they are, I mean, you're not going to be here forever, and we have to treat it as two independent things. And so we have, he's exactly right. I mean, this could be a 205 person event. Now, they're two different, and you may not always own them. Now, if you combine parcel numbers or do some of that, I don't know. We do have to look at it as 80 plus 125. Regardless of what our intentions are, they're two different projects.
Okay, and then this is our side of it. We're paying $2 million for all this, and we don't get to have 25 more people? 25 more people.
I'm really not addressing that issue as much as I am that we've approved one thing, and now we're going to approve a different piece of property that just happens to be next door. If it were 3 doors down, it might be a different situation. But you as was pointed out, you could sell either or both of the properties, and then we're left with a new owner that would have to come back for a conditional use on things as well. Anyway.
If we sell one of them, let's just say we sell the chapel.
Yep.
Then we're down to 125.
That's
And if we
fine.
sell a Little Point Clear, then we're down to 80.
Mr. Chairman, if I could chime in here, we do feel comfortable that the conditions are sufficiently crossing that we can hold them accountable to the 150 maximum in this situation. Really, the bigger question is if y'all have a beef with the 150 maximum. We don't think there's a legal concern about enforcing that 150 maximum between the two. If they were to sell one, it would automatically, not revoke, but automatically put both of their approvals in immediate violation. And so.
Because it's for that owner only, you know, the permits, kind of like liquor license. So I think I think number 2, whatever number you put aside as a commission to put in there, but I think number 2 addresses it sufficiently.
I don't know, maybe I'm seeing something differently then, because in my opinion, the size of the site that the Little Point Clear sits on, we worked hard at getting 125. If that was a bigger site, I could care less if you added 50 to it, but it's already so tiny. Adding even 25 more, to me, is expanding a use that probably was already overloaded for what the site would allow. So to expand it, to me, is an issue for me, and I don't even vote, so unless it's a tie, and I don't look like I'll be a tie tonight. So, but that's my look at it. It's the size of the property. How much you pay for that additional property doesn't even come to play in what our decision on this. So that's just me. You're Mr.
O'Hara.
O'Hara?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, I've been before, I'm the counsel for Little Point Clear. I think the concern is, if the property is sold, I've heard that a couple of times. These conditional use permits are only approved for the individual. I'm sure the Little Point Clear conditional use permit says it's only valid for Ms. Niemeyer or Alligator, her LLC. So if the property is sold, then y'all get to consider it all again, and if the properties don't have that common ownership or similar ownership, then that's something you can consider when that comes up. So that was one thing I wanted to cover. The other thing is, the conditional use permit that's in place right now for Little Point Clear was negotiated over a lengthy period, and we appreciate all your patience in doing that, and there is a limit of 125. That doesn't change. I know the scenario has been suggested that 25 people may walk over from the chapel to join a reception, but that's not how it really works in how these events function. There's a limit on the number of people that can be in the chapel for the wedding function, and that's usually close family and friends. And the guests that are coming to the reception, that's later in the day. They're invited to come at a different time, and they do arrive at a different time. The wedding party, the close family that sticks around for that, has rooms generally at Little Point Clear, and they change out of their wedding attire and change into reception attire. And there's a lot of people that just come for the wedding or the cake and don't stick around for the whole reception. Rob got up here and said that less than 50% of the events that are booked and that have been staged at Little Point Clear ever approach capacity. Most of them are in the 100 people mark. I mean, if you look back at and I don't know if you still have those records, but when we approved Little Point Clear, the events that were already approved, that were grandfathered in, there's very few of them that were at the 100 and, over 125, very, very few. So we're talking about a scenario, and it's legitimate, Mr. Chairman. I mean, your concern is legitimate, but I want to allay that fear that we are very cognizant that the limit at Point Clear is 125 people. And the scenario of 150 people being there is going to be monitored, and it's not going to happen because we know that would be a violation of the existing conditional use permit. And, we don't want to go back to that situation where we were a year ago and that we've, worked through with the commission and with the department. So I appreciate the concern. It's a valid one, and I'm here to tell you, and I've advised my client that the limit is 125 at Little Point Clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
At this point, I feel comfortable dropping that combined 150 guests to 125.
I was about to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, then everybody should be comfortable with that going to 125.
Right.
For the sake of consistency.
But I think our point, Buford, is we're what I'm hearing among several of my colleagues is that third, fourth line, up to 125 guests on a combined occupancy, not to exceed 125 guests for concurrent events.
I mean, that
Change the 150 to
Yeah,
125.
changing the 150 to 125.
Explain that again, Commissioner.
Is in that third line where it would be up to 125 total guests, and this approval combines a combined occupancy not to exceed 125 guests for current events.
So
we
are you
don't
saying-
have, you know, I think what we keep coming back to is we're all worried at some point there is a chance, even though the events don't get that large according to the applicant, that there could be 150 people descending upon Little Point Clear during a combined event. Because we've allowed, you know, up to 150 people in this.
So we're just reducing it to 125.
Yes.
Okay. So we're wiping out 150. The recommendation would, a possible motion would be to change both of those occurrences of 150 to 125.
Yeah.
Okay. And if that's the recommendation, I'll put it in here.
Well, for simplicity, why don't you just put it in there and then they can just make a motion with staff with conditions as shown.
so we've added other things to that
If that's what
motion,
we're
so-
understanding that everybody is on board with.
Well, the 80's for a singular event at the chapel.
Okay. So okay.
Okay, are there other items we need to address in the conditions?
Okay. So is also limited to.
He'll fix the rest from here, I think we got.
Okay. All right. Everything satisfactory? Is also limited to 125 total guests.
And we can do final cleanup on the actual NOA.
Oh, Diane loves to find typos.
Thank you, Ms. Diane.
Oh, no, Commissioners, thank you for your patience and letting us work through this.
Okay. Any other items? All right, this was a public hearing. I did not ask if there was anybody else that didn't sign up that wished to speak on this. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. So I will entertain a motion, and hopefully everybody's in agreement with what we have on the screen.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve this request subject to the staff recommendations and conditions that they have placed on it.
Okay, Mr. Brewer's made a motion to approve subject to conditions.
Seconded.
Mr. Cybert seconded the motion. Any comments, questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, we have 2 items left. Y'all ready to go on through these? Okay. We'll open the public hearing now for case number CSP 23-18. This is the Yarborough Kennels. Does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Ms. Rhodes?
All right, this is CSP 2318 Yarborough Kennels. Their location on the locator map. They are in Planning District 12 and zoned RA. The property is located south of County Road 62 South and north of Spivey Lane in Robertsdale. This is 3 parcels. The current use is rural. It is 37.44 acres total. The applicant is SE Civil and the owner is GRKRV LLC. The request is for the construction of a, I should say 4,000 square foot indoor kennel facility. Here's the locator map and the site map. They're surrounded by RA property to the southeast and west, as well as a little bit to the north along with RSF 1. zoned property, and it's residential and rural land uses, except to the east where it's vacant. Here are the property images. This is the subject property and the adjacent property images. These are the zoning requirements for RA, and as you can see highlighted, that kennels are a permitted use in RA zoning. It's also reflected in our zoning use table. The P represents a permitted use. Here's the demo plan and kind of a zoomed in portion of this demo plan. You can see highlighted and circled that the existing outdoor kennel as well as the duck pen will be removed once the construction of the indoor kennel facility is complete. Here's the site plan, and I've also highlighted the enclosed dumpster area. The zoomed in site plan showing the analysis tables, and they've met the requirements for parking and setbacks. This is the floor plan for the indoor kennel facility, as well as the elevations. Their erosion control plan, as well as their grading and drainage plan, their drainage narrative, and also their landscaping plan. And will also have an 8-foot fence that will surround the perimeter of the property. More detail regarding their landscaping, and then kind of the zoomed in portion of the parcels that will be developed. This is their kennel management plan, and this will be kept on file in the Planning and Zoning Office. I've also reached out to the applicant as well as the developer, and they provided some additional information that's not in your packet tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and read it. So per builder, the building will be sprayed with spray closed cell foam in the ceiling and cellulose insulation in the walls, and it will be climate controlled, and the insulation will be designed as a sound barrier. Also, the indoor or interior walls within the kennel facility will be 7 feet tall, and that will reduce the noise per the builder. There were no comments provided from other agencies. This is all in your agenda packet, and I'll be happy to go back to any of this. So staff recommends that the construction of this 4,000 square foot facility, we recommend approval with the following conditions, and I'm going to go ahead and read these. Some of these are standard and some of these are specific to this particular case. So the first one is per section 18.9.1, the Planning Commission may revoke approval at any time upon finding that the permitted use will or has become unsuitable and incompatible in its location as a result of any nuisance or activity generated by the use. Public input provided during the public hearing will also carry weight regarding this decision. I mentioned this earlier, so we're going to go ahead and memorialize it that the provided kennel management plan will be kept on file in the Planning and Zoning Department. This details the operations, the management, and the sound remediation for the kennel. If any parcel is sold in the future and a commission site plan is required for any project on the site, a re-review of the site will be performed by staff so that its integrity is maintained. And then our standard approval procedures, including extending the deadline for getting the building permit from 180 days to 1 year, and then the closeout requirements of section 18.9.7. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions for staff?
I have a question.
Okay.
On the parcel map, I'm looking for it, but it appears to be 3 parcels.
Yes,
is that
it
right?
It's correct. Yes, there's 3 parcels.
What is that narrow parcel? Is that an easement? It says the city of Robertsdale on it. I believe it says that.
No, this little skinny parcel in the middle is owned by the GR.
Oh, maybe it doesn't. Pardon?
Yeah, they own all 3 of these parcels.
What you see on the site plan is the owner's address, mailing
Okay.
address, and that is a Robertsdale,
So
Alabama
it's not
address.
an easement or anything
It's
like
a
that?
separate third parcel.
Okay.
So just for clarification, because this is a commission site plan review, we're not debating the use of this site because this is a permitted use.
Correct.
of this zoning classification.
Correct.
Gotcha, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I do want to clarify something there. You are reviewing the use. The whole purpose of commission site plans review process actually came about because of kennels and ensuring that use is done in a way that it is not impacting the neighboring property. So it is not that use is, because they're still triggering one of the commission site plan factors, you have the full authority granted to you under that article for review.
But if it's a permitted use, how can we tell them?
Well, so it is a permitted use. You couldn't say, sorry, dog kennels not allowed at all, but you can ensure that they have the proper conditions in place.
Yeah, that's the point I want, okay. I want to
right.
make sure I understood that.
Any other questions for staff? All right. We have several signed up. Would the engineer like to come up at this time?
I'll answer any questions.
I tell you, we have several in opposition. Let me go through those. You may need to come up at the end of that. All right, Doyle Ryan.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My family farm is due west, directly across the street from the subject property. We've got a problem already. I mean, I'm not sure how this happened, but apparently it's legal. I'm not even sure that it can be compliant with your zoning regulations, but these dogs bark excessively and constantly with any outdoor activity whatsoever. If I had to stay there at the house more than one night a week, I would have filed my own complaints, but I'm sure authorities are absolutely inundated with complaints already about the noise from these dogs. I'm not excited about what this is going to do to our property values. You guys just rezoned all the area north of this recently for residential. People bought every single lot there, built on it, and now they've got a business operating right behind them that has become a constant problem. I would just ask, as you guys consider this, to consider the neighbors in the area. And also, my secondary concern is what this is going to do to our property values, because this is certainly not a facility of this type. Knowing what I know, I certainly wouldn't buy a home within any proximity to it at all. I just hope you guys will consider what the problem we've got already, because you may be about to increase that problem exponentially.
Let me ask you a question. There's an existing problem, right? Is that an outside kennel or is it enclosed? Are they outside?
Well, they're obviously outside, because if they were inside, you couldn't hear them barking. I mean, I'm inside a brick house and it wakes me up.
But I think that's the point, and I'm not getting ahead here, but they're building a facility to move them inside.
I understand that, but you and I both know these dogs are not going to be indoors 24/7.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Kevin and Jerry Meals.
Yes, thank you all for allowing me to speak this evening. So to take up just where he left off, which is kind of interesting, because we're talking about the noise and we're saying we're moving this indoors to stop the noise. That's not going to solve the problem. I live on the adjacent property all the way to the end on the first curve, and I'm right up against his property. The training will not go on indoors. The training goes on outdoors. And just a little bit of brief explanation of what the training consists of. It consists of walking around out there in that property with a rifle, shooting blanks up in the air, and watching the dogs run to the end of the property to bring back a decoy. And this goes on for hours and hours and hours.
And it's very
That
noisy
training
and loud.
will not happen indoor that building. That training is going to continue to happen in my backyard, which is that one right there. They train them right behind my property.
Where we bought this property to retire on, had a house built there, we've been there, we bought the property 3 years ago, we've been living on it, in August will be 2 years. But for the last year, this man's been out there training these dogs, running up and down the back of our house, and.
We can't even go outdoors. We
Yeah,
have a
stay-
pool, we can't sit
stay
outdoors
out in
by the
backyard All
pool.
the time, we had a she shed put out back, we have a
By our
pond out
pond,
there.
we can't sit
We
out
go
by it.
there, we feed the fish, next thing we know, here comes these dogs.
And if they're not, if it's not the
awful.
dogs training, it's strangers just coming up back there, and there's a
Shooting
shooting
guns.
range back there, and they would just literally come up there, pull their rifles out, and just start going off with AR-15s, pistols, you name it, for hours at a time. And I understand he can probably do that on his property, but this training of these dogs is not going to happen inside that property. It's going to happen right behind my house.
Absolutely.
It's never going to stop. And the other problem we have, my house is on that first bad corner right there on 62 South. The traffic is so bad now because they've sold so many lots and so forth up in there. If they start opening up to commercial and bringing in, you know, he's going to have people coming in and out because he's training dogs. People are going to be in and out, bringing dogs in and out of there. I can count to you in the past year, 5 times people have run off of that corner into my property. One time, all the way through my fence into my front yard. Okay? I'm dealing with the county sheriffs right now to try to help with the traffic situation in there. I'm dealing with the county with maintenance and signage to try to put up a border there. They put a strip down to count how many cars are coming in because there's so many cars. So that's what we're going through right now.
it's
And
a
now
one- it's a one-way-
that's
I'm
the
sorry,
other thing.
One way in and a one way out.
One way in, one way out. Bringing in businesses, one way in and one way out. And now we're looking at bringing in businesses to this, and I'm thinking, how are we going to solve this traffic problem? I just don't know how we're going to do it. And it's nothing against Mr. Yarborough. I spoke with him when he first moved there. Extremely nice gentleman. For some reason, we don't speak anymore, but extremely nice. And he told me when he moved there that they were going to, you know, train dogs and so forth. I thought it was 10 or 15 dogs, and I didn't know what training consists of. I thought training. I didn't know pow, 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 all day long.
Running up, down our
You know, and I'm not exaggerating. That's how they train them. That's, if you research it, that's how they train hunting dogs.
Yep, and then our other main concern is our property value.
And the
you know,
property value. One more, and I know other people need to talk. The lady next door to me on the next lot this way, she's selling her property. She's had that property for sale for over a year. And I can tell you one example, because I heard it with my own ears. I was sitting out back there working on the pool, and they had a realtor go out back and come out the back of her mobile home, and they went out on that porch, and I'm standing 10 feet from them, and the man said, "Man, I really like the back here." He said, "I like this view back here." And then all of a sudden, bam, 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 and that dogs went off. The lady looked over at the realtor. She said, "Not happening." She said, "I can't come out to my backyard and listen to that every day." And she turned around and left. That's what we're going to look at if we have to sell, after we invested all that money into that property. I thank you, and I apologize for getting
No,
late.
that's okay. Thank you. Lucy Vasco?
Hi. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm just backing up with everything that's already been said. My husband's actually been there probably about 20 years, and that used to be nothing but an open field. I've went around and talked to numerous of the residents in the area, all the way up to the next curve, all the way down 62. So when you first come in, you've got the first curve, which is where the Mills live. You go on down and take the next curve in order to get to this property, all the way down to the next curve. The residents hear the animals all the way down there, which blew my mind. They're even looking to sell because their families grew up there, but because of the disturbance, they're looking to sell. But we are also ourselves looking to sell, and I'm actually where I think it says to the left of 140, I believe is where my property is located. And when we get ready to sell, what is this going to do to our property value? You know, people, like they said, people come up in there, and if they hear all of the animals going off, and this is a business. We are in a rural residential area, and they're bringing a business in that's not zoned for a business. This is not a commercial zoned area. So I'm just bringing up, you know, the facts that there's many of us that are not here that have the same complaint. Not only the noise of the animals, but the value of our property.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm not cutting anybody off, but let me just say, I'm going to call your name, those that signed up. If they've already talked about noise, traffic, and property values, and that's your concern, just raise your hand and say it's already been mentioned. But if you've got something else, you're welcome to come up. Andre Massey or Andrea? Same thing? I want you to tell us that, because I need to see your hand, because I think that's what I'm hearing. It's kind of a repetitive thing. All right, Kenda Salerno?
So I'll get up here first. So out of the 11 lots there, we were the very first one to buy. Now, I've raised 6 kids. My husband and I are in our 50s. We lived in Orange Beach. We decided that we wanted to find a place that we could retire now that our kids are out of the house. So we picked that lot specifically, so it'd be quiet, we could enjoy. I wanted the 20 acres, but I knew at 50 years old I wasn't going to be able to take care of it. So we picked the 1 acre lot. Ours is directly right on the corner where all of the dogs are. So since before October, I have not been able to use my back patio. I tried a fire pit when our family came, and I do have recordings. The dogs bark from 5:30 in the morning till we go to bed. You can hear them in our bedroom. There is nothing that we can do to enjoy our property anymore. So I have purchased an acre of land, put a house on it. It took me 5 years to do it, and I cannot enjoy my outdoors at all. These dogs, even if they're inside, are still going to be running around. He's been running a business for almost a year now. I don't know if he's got a license to run a business. Never bothered to ask anybody, hey, is it okay that we've got 50 dogs, 100 dogs barking? But do you mind if I play the recording so you can understand what we hear 24 hours a day for the last year?
I think we've got it. I think I'm understanding. I don't know if anybody else wants to hear it, but I don't need a recording. I think I've got a pretty good idea what's happening. All right?
And that's
Anything
it.
else?
Yes, everyone else pretty much covered everything else. Thank you.
Brianna Dunn? Anything new? Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I educated myself a little bit on what zoned RA and District 12 covers, and he can have a kennel for personal use, but this is advertised as a business, and it is going to be a commercial-sized business, a 4,000 square foot building in a rural agriculture area. It is bringing a business into our neighborhood. And it is already a business in our neighborhood. It's advertised for it on Facebook, on the internet. And so I screenshotted all of those things saying that it can be personal use. However, it is a business in our backyard.
Okay. Ms. Rhodes, can you address that? Is it allowed as a business?
Yes, I'm going to go to that slide in just 1 second. For letter B here, I have limited commercial uses which are intended to serve a rural area.
So I'm not sure if what I saw was updated or not.
So under the zoning ordinance, a kennel, there may be issues about the training that they're talking about, but I'm just talking about the kennel that they're asking for is permitted as right under RA classification, and kennel is defined as a facility which houses dogs or other household pets, and where grooming, breeding, boarding, training, or selling of animals is conducted as a business.
Okay. All right.
So under the zoning ordinance, those are allowed as right, not conditional permitted.
Right. All right.
I stand corrected.
That's all right. That's why we have these meetings. I learned something too.
I still feel the same, though.
I understand. Appreciate it. All right, how about Bobby Beverly?
I just want to add one thing.
You got to come up.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but you got to come to the mic.
Bobby Beverly, I live on 62 South in the first curve.
Okay.
They're just past the second curve, but their property extends out almost to mine.
Right.
Okay. I go to work, and I have to get up at 5:30 in the morning. It's kind of hard to get any rest when those dogs are barking from around 4:30, 5 o'clock, until 11 o'clock at night. It has disturbed my sleep and made me miserable, so I know it disturbed all my neighbors. And we need the noise stopped. If they had put something up around that kennel to alleviate some of the sound, it would be better. I had to run an air conditioner just to muffle the sound so I could get sleep. So it cost me my electric bill to go up. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all I had signed up. David or Marie Williams, either one, want to come up to make comments on some of these?
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity. We live in the country. I've lived there over 10 years. People shoot guns all the time. There's been dogs barking for the past 10 years. I've read over the plans. I'm not an engineer, but it sounds like what these people are trying to do is make it quieter. They're trying to help build a building, get the dogs inside. Yes, there's going to be training. There's different opportunities for that. But it sounds like what they're trying to do is make it better. And so if that's what they're trying to do, I plead you to help, because that would alleviate the concerns with the noise and other things. But please know, my concerns are more with the drug traffic, the kids running around the streets with different motorized vehicles. It's not these dogs. So thank you for your time.
Okay. David, did you want to speak? All right, does anybody, David is the engineer for the site. Does anybody have any questions for him? If you do, I'll call him up. I think you got to come up, David.
The question that I have is, if this were not approved, the kennel were not approved, would there still, and this may be a staff question, would there still be the right to train the dogs there, which is really the problem, I think, more than whether there's a building inside or outside?
Yeah, I was going to ask, did they come on their own accord to make application, or are they here because of a violation with the business?
I believe they came on their own accord, but there's an argument that they have an unapproved kennel currently active on the site as it stands.
Okay.
Do we?
Well, would that prohibit
But
training there?
Well, but Matthew, if this is a permitted use, in RA, explain to me how a permitted use is unapproved.
Well, so even if it's a permitted, like if someone has a residentially zoned property and they want to put a house on that, well, that's a permitted use, but they still have to come get site plan approval for that, and that ensures parking, all those other things.
I understand that.
So they never, as far as I'm aware, they've never come to us for approval of their original operation. They're now just coming to us for now the more permanent facilities that they're installing on the site. Because I guess they've been in operation for a year or so out there.
And the kennel, as described it for the site plan under the zoning, is a facility. So, a building.
Okay.
But again, I go back to, is the training, is that, and particularly even if they're blanks, the firing and the noise of the issue there. I mean, we've addressed noise issues, it seems like, on every other event tonight, so this has to fall somewhere in that category, it would seem like to me, as an approved or a use of that property in a RA.
Well, and we'd have to research to see what the meaning of training exactly means, because it allows in a RA under kennel training. It says that. So so we would have to look into what parameters may be on there, And I mean, this is a site plan approval, so you do have some ability, perhaps, to structure things a little different, but I think that we'd have to see exactly what training means under the zoning ordinance.
And maybe it'd be helpful, let me read the paragraph. This is submitted under 18.9 Commission Site Plan Approval. It says, the purpose of Commission Site Plan Approval is to allow the proper integration of uses into a community and zoning district. The Commission Site Plan Approval process recognizes that certain uses, though technically permitted by zoning, are only suitable under certain conditions and appropriate location. Certain uses require special consideration so that the use may be properly located with respect to the objectives of this chapter and their effect on surrounding properties.
Yeah, I think if you had a kennel and you were training, my view might be sit, roll over, that's training. But if it involves a shotgun, when we're talking about the noise level with that, that's a whole different level. And
Chair, can I
Yes,
ask a
ma'am.
question? It's really a staff question. Can we limit the activities to indoors, like as a condition to the site plan approval? So training would have to occur inside the facility?
That's really a question for the property owner to determine whether or not that's even feasible. I don't know if this type of training can occur entirely inside a facility.
Well, if you build a home and it's a residence, you live inside the home. If you have a commercial facility and you conduct business, it's inside the facility. And this says training is allowed. It doesn't say that it's allowed outside the facility.
Yeah, you're raising a great point here. I mean, in my commission site plans were created because of kennels. This is what caused them. And so I've actually been tuned into this case for 2 months now, worried about this one. Because again, this is why these reviews exist. And, you know, there may be an argument that the appropriate location for this kennel facility is up north of I-65, where there's huge swaths of land available, and other parts of Baldwin County where there are huge swaths of land available for this type of training. But that's why this process exists, to evaluate that, to determine, because you're right, maybe the proper facility at this location is an entirely indoor training facility, or one that only has very minor outdoor. Like it refers to in here, airing time. I have no idea what that means. You know what that means, David?
I believe just the airing time is when the dogs will be outdoors. I don't know what it means as far as shooting, but
Is that all dogs at the same time? Is that a few dogs at a time? Is that?
I'm not sure on that.
I do think that there's a lot unanswered, and I hate to defer anything to August. But I think that there are some concerns here that it would be regretful if we move forward to create a constant problem down the road that we're constantly having to bring back in front of us, trying to figure out.
Matthew, are there any restrictions within zoning area 12 that restricts kennels? There's no
Local
verbiage there?
provisions? There's no local provisions.
In fact, our next case is a kennel/boarding facility, but they're not doing any type of outdoor training. It's entirely indoor. So there's an example of where it makes sense where that is the type of kennel/scope that we would expect to see.
Okay, not to get away from the noise, while you're up here, David, I got to ask the question, why did they split the site up with the building on one side and parking on the other side? I understand the drainage because that's where it needs to be, but why did they separate the use, the improvements?
There's planned, I don't know how much planned, but a future building that will go on that side, and I'm not sure the exact intent of that building.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. I mean, it makes sense why you'd put the parking. It would be something that, because otherwise it could have been over there by, and in fact, that building is over by, nearest to where most of the residents are instead of being away from them, which was another problem that's coming out to me when I hear about the noise problems. Anybody else have any questions for David?
Yeah, a site plan question, assuming that the definition of airing is letting the dogs run for a certain amount of time of the day, is there a fenced-in area for that to occur on site? Or are they just going to have free run of the 37-plus acres? I didn't see a fence anywhere.
I think I saw somewhere that they were fencing and I think I had a question of that. Is this the one they were going to fence the entire site? Yeah, an 8-foot fence will surround the perimeter of the property. And I wondered if that meant literally all the way down around the wetlands, which didn't make sense to me, but there's a note.
Yeah, I did see that.
At the bottom of that.
I just felt like if there was if this airing, they would happen in a very defined location. So you're not tracking these dogs down to get them back inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how they where they're going to run the dogs or how that will be handled.
All right, any other questions?
Not for David, but...
Okay, well, hang on just a second. Anybody else have a question for David? I'm not going to make him stand here. All right, thank you, David.
Thank you.
All right, Bill, what you got?
For staff, if we were to deny this tonight or table it, would that do anything to slow down, stop, or otherwise prohibit any of the existing activity there?
As far as I know, the activity would stay the same, and any complaints would be dealt with by code enforcement.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if we've received any formal complaints. I know we've received letters related to this case, but if it's tabled, there probably will be some type of at least formal action that is initiated regarding that current use, just to make sure, no matter what happens, they're on notice that it sounds like, at least figure out exactly what the scope of that current use is.
Okay. You waiting for me to ask for a motion, or you got a question?
Nope.
All right, anybody else have any other questions? All right, I'm going to entertain a motion. Oh, thank you, sir. We'll close the public hearing at this time and entertain a motion.
Just for clarity, the applicant is not here tonight, correct?
If they are, they weren't signed up, so if you, are you here? Do you want to speak?
Do you want to address any of these questions?
I did close the public hearing, but since you're the applicant, or the owner, I'll let you speak.
My name is Mary Catherine Yarbrough with Yarbrough's Fine Retrievers Dog Training and Kennels. I was not prepared to speak tonight, but there's some of the questions that you guys have that I can answer. To air a dog means to let it out, potty, play. We do air those separately, male and female, and we do have a completely fenced-in area for this and times that are allotted for this 3 times a day, and they're outlined in our management plan. We do it, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. We do it in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening, and that's also when they're fed. We never purchased this property with the intent to run it the way that we are. The dogs were never supposed to be in outdoor kennels. We had to purchase and build these kennels because of the barriers we were running into getting our buildings up. We purchased 2 buildings, one for an office, one is an indoor kennel facility, and they're on the land, on the ground right now, just waiting to be erected. We don't want to cause a noise issue just as much as the next person. We live in a neighborhood in Daphne. We understand noise. We have 4 small babies. Fireworks bother us. We get it. We don't want to bother anybody. We want our buildings to go up, and we want to do everything that we can to mitigate the noise so that this can not be an issue anymore. We have lots of plans ready to try to soundproof the building from the inside as much as we can. I believe the number of kennels that we plan on having long-term in the building is, I think, 40 or 44, and not extending any more than that. The only reason that we're outside right now is waiting to get approval for our building. We will do an overstory and an understory of any bushes, trees, hedges that we are told that we're supposed to have. That's not a problem for us. We'll do anything that we can to mitigate the noise and to help the situation. We called when we went to go purchase this land. This was just me and my husband. We called everywhere. We called the county. We were told we don't need a business license to do dog training. So we went forward. We have had a contractor this entire time. We've done everything as by the book as we possibly can think of. You should see our home. We've got files and files and files of just documentation of trying to do everything to the book, the way that you guys would have us do it. We have never intended to go outside the lines of that.
Let me ask you a question then. Not that this is what would happen, but
Sure.
since one of the problems was the shotguns, part of the training includes shotgun.
Yeah.
If somebody were to ask you to, could you remove that from part of the
Yes.
training, would you be willing to do it?
Of course, and they're not.
I'm not saying that's what'll get you
Sure.
through. But
Well, I think a lot of this is lack of understanding. People tend to be upset about things they don't understand. These aren't shotguns being used. It's a boom gun. It's not a gun. It's a piece of equipment. It doesn't fire anything. And it sounds like a shotgun, just not as loud. We use it for training gun dogs. We have two different departments. We have obedience, which is for anyone's dog who wants to learn to sit and roll over, as you mentioned. We have that. And that's in a fenced-in area at the front of the property that's just for that. We do little graduations and what you would do for your home or your kid. Then we run a gun dog operation as well, where we teach dogs to run 200 yards, retrieve a bird, come back just using hand signals. There's whistles involved. And the loudest thing on our property would be that boom gun, because we have to simulate the sound of the gun so the dog knows to go get the bird. We've dug areas for these dogs to train. So I know that one of the questions was, can this be done indoors? Probably the obedience part, but the gun dog part, they need to be able to run and they need to be able to stretch and go these long distances. As far as, sorry, this is harder than it looks. As far as the shooting range, there's no shooting range. A neighbor of ours came over and asked if he could bring his kids over to shoot their guns. So we set them up a little area in front of a burn pile that we're going to burn sometime later. And they, so I don't know if y'all have like the parcel thing, but it's long ways. It's like shotgun. So we have a huge burn pile. Where you get? Okay, so like that's sideways, right? The people live on the road up and over. The way that the people, when they came over to shoot the guns, that we were just trying to make friends with our neighbors. They wanted to shoot their guns with their family. We said, sure, we just wanted to make friends. Our burn pile's like in the middle of that. They were shooting long ways. So yeah, I'm sure it could be heard, but it wasn't into anyone's backyard. We are smarter than that. We're not gonna do that. We didn't know it would be such a problem. We have friends on that road. We have people that we love, but we understand we also have people that don't understand what we're trying to do. We didn't come barging in saying, get over it. You know, we stepped lightly as we could. We just want to get our building up so we can be. Now, our function will be by appointment only. This will not be a McDonald's where people can pull in and leave whenever they want. This isn't going to create a huge traffic issue. I do understand that road is just a 2-lane in and out, but whoever's coming to our property, we intake dogs on the 1st of every month, and it's by appointment. So on the 1st of every month, you're going to have people dropping off and leaving. People can't just show up. It's going to be completely shut and gated, so we would know when someone's coming, and we have to train, so we can't have 6-8 people showing up a day. That really disrupts our day. So you're talking 2 people per day max just coming to see their dog for a love visit because they miss them, or seeing the property unless you're a neighbor and you're coming to hang out.
Okay.
I don't know. Did I answer everything?
If you've said all you needed to say. I mean, anybody have any questions for?
Just one quick question. It says that you're going to put up an 8-foot fence around the entire property. Is that going to be a chain link fence, or is it going to be a wood fence?
We
What's
have
your
a
plan?
fence right now. I don't know how many feet it is. That would be my husband. He knows all that. Or maybe, do you know how many feet it is? Okay. We had a fence built. It's brown. It's wood, and it's got like X's down it, and it's got stuff in between it. But we know that there are going to be things that we have to change to be compliant or to make this work. We're okay. Like, we just need to know what those things are so we can do it. Whatever needs to be done, we're here to do it. We didn't do all this for nothing. We want it to work. So if an 8-foot fence needs to go up, we can do that. We've read over the plans for the shrubs. We can do that.
Okay, any other questions?
What do you do with the waste that a facility like this generates?
Okay, so that I don't know everything about. All I know is that we are gonna, like for trash, we're gonna have a dumpster. There is, I don't know the word I'm looking for, but I know it because we've used it in all of our paperwork. It's gonna be, do you know what I'm trying to say?
The septic?
Yes, the septic. That's the word that I was trying to use. There's plans that have been drawn up. I don't know what all you know, but there's plans that have been drawn up to, all that's been handled. I just showed up here just to listen. I didn't know I'd be talking. But do you have?
Yeah, so they do have their septic permit, and the building has drains inside that lead to that septic field.
All right.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't realize the health department would permit a septic system for.
I think our next project's got the same thing. I think
Okay.
they have an in-ground tank there.
Septic system?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, any other questions? Hang on a second. Anything else you have? Okay, thank you. Unless, Bill, do you have a
Yeah,
question?
just one quick question here. There was mention of expansion plans earlier in the conversation. Could you explain those? I know that your engineer wasn't prepared to explain that, but can you explain what your expansion plans might be?
Do you mean to expand into a greater area or just where we're at, like what we're trying to do?
That second building?
Yes, okay,
Is
so.
that the office that you mentioned?
Yes, we bought 2 buildings, and our vision for it was to have a driveway, the kennel facility being here, and the office building being here. So when people drive onto our property, there's like a little, I don't know how to word that. We would like there to be a little parking lot where people would come with their dog, walk in, hey, nice to meet you. This must be Lucky. Okay, well, we have your paperwork for you, and somebody's going to come get your dog and show you where they're going to be, and then we walk them over to the kennel facility where the dogs are, just to make it professional and a nice experience for people. Would you like a cup of tea while you wait on somebody to come get your dog, like sweet tea? We have a vision for it. We want it to be like a farmhouse look. I wouldn't want somebody walking in, greeting someone for the first time in the building where all the dogs are going to be. That doesn't look good. It doesn't look southern. It doesn't look nice like what I imagined it to look.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, if you want to speak, it's going to have to be quick. You have to come up, though. This will be the last. We've been here for a long time. We still have one more to go.
I just want to refer to the fence that she was talking about. The fence runs behind our house there where they do the shooting out there in the back. There is a bunch of wood that they piled up and they do shoot into that, but that is right in my backyard. The fence that they have built up there on there is a barnyard fence. It's just like a wire fence with wood, and that's it. I mean, we can see everything, we can hear everything. It's still, I mean, I just wanted to point that out.
I was going to say something too real quick, because they were asking earlier about an easement. There is an easement that runs down that side of the property. That's in my plans.
Okay. All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. I think I'd already done that, but I've closed it now for sure. Yeah, for sure closed. All right. A lot to think about. What do you want to do? Either.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that we table this matter until we can get some of these additional questions answered.
Can you be specific on the questions?
Matthew, I'm open to your interpretation.
Sorry,
I mean, you
Matthew, I
mentioned
didn't know you
several
were gonna
things
diverge.
before, and quite frankly, I've forgotten what they all were.
Well, I think the
noise.
big outstanding question is, if they're going to have 40 dogs on this site at maximum capacity, what is the training schedule? Because their management plan focuses almost exclusively on the kennel itself. But what I don't understand is, and they're airing the dogs at 3 times a day, but if you have 40 dogs in training, and I don't know what percentage of those are shooting dogs, then at what frequency are these boom guns being fired? And I think what we probably need is an updated and more detailed kennel management plan for us to be able to make a decision on this. I do think what I don't want to do is encourage them to do a bunch of extra work on a kennel management plan, and y'all are planning to deny it. So if y'all are planning to deny it, you need to communicate that now, probably, so that way they can be thinking about, I'm not saying to necessarily make that vote, but saying, listen, we don't know. That way they know that if they need to be thinking of alternate plans, I just want to avoid them doing a bunch of work and then it just be denied in 60 days or whatever.
I think they've got to invest some time on thinking about how, to your point, Matthew, how it operates. If the noise can be reduced to, a couple hours, so many days a week, not on weekends. I mean, I think the kennel management plan would go a long way, and I think that's probably a lighter lift for them to put some investment of their time into it than, going in and making fence decisions. And, there's things on the site plan I would like to know more about, with the dumpster location, with where's the fencing for the airing, how long is airing happening. It's just missing a lot of details that I think would help us in that decision-making process. But to your point, I think, I don't think it needs to be a heavy lift to flesh some of that out to get some reaction on how it works.
We've worked through some of these type issues with multiple other properties, for lack of a better word. There are good noise reducing strategies, and in concurrent with what Brian had said, maybe some of the hours that we restrict boom guns to the early to mid-afternoon or whatever. And so there, it sounds like the Yarboroughs are willing to work with, and I think tabling this for a month helps us get some ideas and get more on the same page, and I think it's an opportunity for us to help with some strategies that we know that help in some of these instances.
Well, I would amend the motion to defer this for 30 days till our next meeting, to better understand the operational plan as well as the kennel plan.
And recognizing that, I think that I'm safe to say this, that probably the biggest issue, because of the wedding venues and other things we do, is noise. Yeah. That's what I've seen to the hearings. I know there are other issues, but what I'm hearing is noise is an issue. So when you address the issues, I think you're going to have to really find some way to, whether you forget about doing boom gun training or whatever, but you're going to have to consider it, because I think that's the problem we have, is imposing these type things next door to existing residential development. That's what we did with these venues in the past, and I think we're trying to avoid that in the future. I'm not saying this can't be done. It's just, I think the burden's going to be on the applicant to come up with some ways to handle that. All right, Mr. Boyer's made a motion to table this for 30 days to our next meeting. All right. I think we've talked about the questions that need to be addressed. Do I have a second?
Second.
If I second the motion, anybody have any questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, last item. We'll open public hearing now for case number CSP 2323 CPAWS. Anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Ironically enough, another kennel. So, Mr. King?
Well, Mr. Chairman, at least it's not another Dollar General, at least not tonight.
Say what?
At least it's not another Dollar General. Sorry. Okay, Chairman, Commissioners, so we have CPAWS, and this is also a kennel facility. And this is located on Keller Road, on the south side of Keller Road. This is west of Highway 59, recommending approval with conditions. I'll have to explain a little bit of the history on this site because this is a little bit of a different situation than the prior case. And so first of all, this is in Planning District 35. And you see the subject property right there. And so going into the basic property information, there's no local provisions that appear to affect the site necessarily. We are going to have a condition of approval that memorializes something, but in terms of what's before you right now, the local provisions of Planning District 35 are not affecting what's in front of you. And so this is zoned RR, Rural District. And as you see the basic property information, we'll talk about the 25-foot wide landscape buffer. Traffic study's not triggered. You see your utility providers. Now, unlike the prior site, this one does and is connected to sanitary sewer. And you see the other utility providers there, Riviera Utilities for water and Baldwin EMC for power. We'll have to talk about Baldwin EMC a little bit here in just a minute. And similar to the previous case, this is a permitted use, but still triggers a commission site plan review. You still have your review authority. In terms of our snapshot, it's not triggering a traffic study. The drainage has been reviewed by Highway. The zoning and local provisions, that's why we're here, not on an ALDOT road. They have their turnout permit. There's no wetland filling, so Corps of Engineers is not involved. It's less than an acre of disturbance, so they don't have an MPDES. They do have a CBMPP. And then landscape buffers check out. We'll have to explain how all this is going to work together in terms of landscape buffers. And so we'll indicate the site right here. So you notice this is how it was brought in to Planning District 35. So you notice we have some RR, some RA, and some RSFE. Now, the kind of a beige or peach color, I just want to, for clarity, that is in the city of Foley. Everything else you see is zoned in Planning District 35. Here's your aerial site map. See the subject property right there. Because it may be a bit odd appearing, and it's also why we don't have a landscape buffer on the east side, it is adjacent to an unopened, unimproved right-of-way that does contain overhead power by Power South. And of course Keller Road, and you actually see the footprint of the building under construction right here. We'll explain that a little bit more because this project predates Planning District 35. Now, this site plan includes their existing facility, which will remain and continue to function. So here's the subject property. You see the existing facility that, again, is operating as a kennel right now and predates Planning District 35 coming under zoning. So here's the property to the north, property to the northeast. The adjoining property to the east is a mobile home park, which has been there for many years. You see the subject property on the left. You see the adjoining property to the west. Now, this piece of property here is the adjoining property. There's another residence over on the west side. The actual property to the west is undeveloped. We'll talk about that utility easement here momentarily, and I'm kind of calling out here for you where the landscape buffer will go. Stormwater drainage, Tucker Stewart helped us review that, and it is acceptable. They do have their turnout permit, as you see right here, that Tucker approved on behalf of Highway. So here are the building elevations, and again, we'll stop here and talk about it. So this project was in progress when Planning District 35 came into being on top of them. And so what the family who's building the facility did, they consulted with staff. They participated in the process in terms of bringing the zoning aboard. And so they were able to construct this facility as an accessory structure, but not put it into use for the use of a kennel facility. That's why we're here now, because now they have zoning. So you see the other elevations. Here's a floor plan of their new facility. Here's your overall site plan. We'll zoom in a little bit better and color code some things. So you see on the bottom, which is the west side of the property, that's a 25-foot wide landscape buffer. The undisturbed vegetation, which is shown to be undisturbed, is on your right, which is the south end of the property. Zooming in here where you can see the color coding of the landscape buffer a bit better. You see the overstory trees, which are bald cypress. You see the understory trees. See the understory trees, which are American hollies. You see the shrubs that are wax myrtles. We also have a couple of preserved trees we're noting here because Planning District 35 requires us to note all of that. Now, we have a 10-foot wide. We're calling it a pedestrian path, but it's basically they may have to maintain that utility easement to give Baldwin EMC access to their pad mount transformer, which is over here. That has to be kept clear.
Buford, does the easement only go to that transformer?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't go beyond?
No, sir. And that's why the landscape buffer picks up once you get south of the transformer. And so the idea here is to get as much of the landscape buffer in place, but not have tree root intrusion into the utility easement. And again, all that was part of the original building predating Planning District 35. So the approval recommendation, we have our standard conditions of approval like you see on all the other CSP cases. In terms of specific requirements, we're just memorializing here, like we talked about, that the 25 landscape buffer, a portion of it does include that utility easement. And what we're asking here is for just a minor revision to their site plan before we write the approval letter to put that instrument number of that utility easement on there. That'll be very beneficial for future purposes. Okay, hours of operation, as you see, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday and Sunday. Now, Commissioners, this is captured on one of their drawings. I should have zoomed in on that. I should have found that and zoomed in on it, but I made certain we captured it here in your conditions of approval. Their sound attenuation procedures, what you see there on screen is the boarded animals will be indoors outside of business hours to mitigate noise. And then after 6 p.m. on Wednesdays and 5 p.m. on weekends, no animals will be outdoors, period. In those time frames. That is on their actual site plan in the site data table. Waste handling procedures, they've outlined that there. They're going to use Baldwin County Solid Waste, at least right now, as their disposal provider. And you notice they've indicated where they will be storing their waste cans because they'll use the county rollout waste card, at least initially. We memorialize that any expansion of the procedure, any expansion of the site requires coming back before the Planning Commission. So a little bit different situation, Planning Commissioners, because this one predates zoning. Some of the building work predated zoning, but they're coming before you to now put that use into place. That new building does not contain any animals. I'm happy to answer questions on behalf of staff.
Okay, any questions for staff? I've got a question for the engineer. I'll wait till he comes up.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lieb's with us here tonight.
What about, so I see your operation hours, so they will go outside sometime during the day. I don't see a fence unless it's the existing fence. Do you know if that's what they're using?
Mr. Chairman, I'll try to show it a little bit better. So what we have here, of course, is the existing fencing around their building. And I'll try to pull up the site plan and see if it shows that a little bit better. And we can grill Mr. Lieb. He's
I might get
he's well rested and we can grill him on that.
All right, anybody else have questions for staff?
And I've zoomed in on that a little bit better, Commissioners.
Okay. Chris, you want to come on up? Chris is always last. I don't know what the deal is. He loves our meetings.
It's Buford. He always puts me last because he likes to see me here late at night.
All right, my question is, they take the dogs outside, but where do they take them?
So the owners are here to answer those questions.
Oh, they are?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't know?
No, I don't.
Well, I have another question for you.
Okay.
The loading area, unloading zone,
Yes.
what is that? What will unload there?
So they're really nothing, really, because the commercial site plan requires a loading and unloading zone, but there is no materials that are going to be loaded and unloaded here, so we just had a spot there for it.
Well, you know, one of my pet peeves is turning movements, so when I saw that, I said, well, wait a minute, they can't go forward because there's a pond there, so if something's there, particularly if they're pulling a trailer, there's no way they're turning around.
Understand. But, it was one of those that is required of the site plan, but there's no, Cisco doesn't show up, nobody shows up to deliver things to the back. I mean, if anything, that U-shaped driveway would be there for like FedEx or UPS to drop off like
Okay.
small parcels.
Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Lee?
Yes, how do they handle when they wash off the surfaces in the kennel? Where does the fluids go?
I will leave that up to the owners to describe those things, because I'm not sure.
Okay, anybody else? All right, we'll get the owner up.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, when Mr. Webb comes to the podium, I can zoom in on, I've got the floor plan of the new building up here on screen. I can zoom in on anywhere that Austin needs me to zoom in.
Give us your name, if you will.
My name's Austin Webb. What are your questions?
Well, I think the first one, Mr. Fletcher had a question about,
When you wash everything down with the hose, where do
We
all
don't
that-
wash it down with the hose. We use, our employees bag it up. Everything's bagged up and disposed of. There's no floor drains. They're not kept in there 24/7. It's not a traditional kennel. It's a daycare and a resort facility where they play. It's a play facility.
How many dogs, animals can you house at one time?
In our current operations, we've had, including daycare and overnight, around 80.
Thank you.
So back to my question is, I'm looking at the operational hours, it talks a lot about they'll be indoors after certain hours. So that implies to me that during the day, they're going to be outdoors.
Outdoors and indoors. The purpose of this new facility is to have indoor play.
Okay.
When it's hot, when it's raining, as well as they'll be outside as well. It's a play facility.
So is there a fenced area that you take them to that I don't see, or is it
There is a fenced area. It is at
around that existing?
around the existing
Okay.
facility.
Yeah, I just saw that. All right, any other questions for the applicant?
Is there noise soundproofing for the new building?
We do have insulation. We have like triple insulation in the ceiling and standard insulation in the walls. There's dividing walls.
And do y'all do hunting training?
No. We don't like fireworks. We don't like gunshots. It scares the dogs. We don't do that.
So help me understand, what's going to happen in the existing building versus the new building?
We have a lot of requests for boarding suites, like a couch and a TV. We have one in the current facility, and it's an old farmhouse, and it's gonna provide an opportunity to make that into more dog suites.
How many suites or spaces will be in the new building? Is it 4? I guess I'm just trying to study this.
No,
floor
what
plan.
you see outlined is a kitchen, a utility room, the maintenance closet, a lobby, a bathroom, customer bathroom access, and the open areas. That's that part. And then the open areas to the north would be where the kenneling will be.
Okay. So when a customer comes, I don't quite know how to ask these questions, and they drop their dog off, for the day at this facility.
That top right corner of the picture's our lobby.
Well, I guess coming back to Steve's question, he talked about the fence around the existing building. If you have dogs that are coming to this facility for the day and they're outside, how are they contained when they go outside?
Fences.
Like, I don't see them on this site plan, I guess, is am I missing this?
Yeah, the only fencing I see are the existing fences around.
Right, the
that.
surveyor surveyed the existing, the new fences aren't shown.
I mean, I guess this gets back to the last
It's still
case.
being
I
built.
feel like I want to see that and ensure there's some
Yes.
There's some containment
We have
here.
privacy fences all the way around.
I think it's visible on the aerial. Can you go to the aerial, Buford, please?
The area is that's the silt fence for.
Oh, that's the silt fence for the construction, okay.
There is fencing. Currently at the current facility, it's yet to be constructed at the new facility, which will be surrounding the building, an exception to the parking lot.
Okay.
It'll all be privacy fence
Will
from the
you-
outside, and we'll have divider fences within.
Will your suites have in and out access for the dogs as well?
They would participate in the play space during the day, and they would just be boarded overnight in their private suite.
And regarding the fence, we can add that as a condition on the site plan to make it clear that there's a privacy fence surrounding the new facility.
And I am reading this right. You do have on this plan here, it says dog resort, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
We have 200 five-star reviews so far since operation, and best of Baldwin 2 years in a row. Very well.
Tell I'm a non-dog person. All right, any other questions for the owner? Thank you, sir. I had no one signed up. Is there anyone that wished to speak on this that didn't sign up? So we have everybody come out on the last one, nobody on this one. Always interesting.
Yes, let me tell you. Go to
All right.
Baldwin's.
I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, assuming that they will provide these puppies with yappy hour, I'll move that we approve.
All right, Mr. Boogers made a motion to approve, subject to staff conditions, right?
Did we want to add the fencing?
And the fencing?
Fencing to the
Yes.
site?
Okay. So Mr. Boogers made the motion. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
So, Mr. Chairman, before you vote, let's just make sure we're very clear on what we're talking about in terms of fencing. Are we talking about perimeter fencing around the entire site?
No, it's just that there will be a privacy fence play area, and we don't need to type that in right now, Buford. We'll be able to handle it.
Okay.
I think that's what we're talking
I did so much typing last time, I was ready to go.
about.
I did.
Okay. All right, so the motion's been made by Mr. Booyer and seconded by Mr. Seibert. Any question or comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We have any new business?
No, sir.
Any public comments? All right, reports, staff reports.
None, sir, other than that the RSA PRD and zoning case was heard by the county commission yesterday, and the county commission unanimously denied the PRD and the rezoning.
Okay. Any other staff reports? That it? Okay.
Sure.
Legal counsel.
No legal reports.
Appreciate you being here. All right, our next meeting is August the 3rd. Appreciate everybody on the commission for turning out tonight for all of the items we discussed, and interesting night, but we are adjourned until our next meeting.